How you doing, folks? Good morning. Happy Friday. Hope everybody's staying safe. You're getting in a place getting some weather. We're gonna play some more tournament rounds later when those go up. Got about 2 hours until the thing I'm signed up for is live. We're gonna tentatively take some viewer deck submissions on the in-between. If you're a member on the YouTube side or a subscriber on Twitch, you can submit something to be played for a little while using the tip link pinned above the chat. We'll always play a submission for at least 20 minutes to get some decent games in with it, but if it's better, we'll play it for longer than that. We just do the guaranteed minimum on the low side in case we get some troll submissions. Good morning, good morning. If I was going to use a meta deck in a tournament, which one would you win? I think Pikachu EX is the most interesting of the good decks. I think Gyarados and Charizard and Mewtwo all are pretty linear in their play patterns. I think Pikachu EX has a lot of the decks that are most satisfying to play, in my opinion, are the ones that reward you for understanding when to like retreat and maneuver your Pokemon in and out. And Pikachu EX is definitely the best deck that does a lot of that. Something with Sigilif and not Mewtwo. Okay. If Golbat did 50 damage instead of 40, do you think it'd see play? Yeah, probably. I assume that Golbat is one of those cards that's waiting for our expansion at the end of the month, because I'd be shocked if we don't get a playable Crobat. Maybe even a Crobat EX. Golbat's like this close to being reasonable. And if it has a solid stage 2 to evolve into, it'll be pretty solid. How good Crobat needs to be is not that insane because Golbat is potentially close to reasonable on its own. All right. What do we want to do? I'll do a Sigilif. What are we drawing into? We said not Mewtwo, which I'm fine with. No, I think we could do not Mewtwo. Honestly. Alright, let's scan all our psychics here. There's Gengar stuff. I feel like Gengar's probably worse than Pidgeot. Is there a world where we play it with Florges? Could be. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna. I think they'll let us pay to give us more deck slots. Hopefully at some point. This could be interesting. I could see this being I like the idea of having a non-EX attacker to play to with this. Actually, if we wanted to play in the deep end of the pool, is there ever a world where we play 2 stage 2s with it? I want to start here. I like the idea of that. Because Florges is even a kind of low energy cost too. So if you build her up, you could probably build Alakazam up behind her. Yeah, the downside to having 2 stage 2s is you don't have room for a lot of supporters, but the upside is you're likely to have at least one of them online every game. Florges is a card that has what I would describe as likely a polarized matchup table. It's an effect where, what's the word I'm searching for? When it's good, it's great, and when it's bad, it's terrible. So anything that's not killing Florges in one go, it's going to be pretty solid into. Would Leaf be better than XP? No, we're all on Wonder Tree costs except for Alakazam. I think Blastoise is definitely better than Charizard and the Tauros Strudigon Shell Ranger. This card, being a stall, can also help you build to Alakazam in the back in theory too, which is nice. Although, it's super awkward against, an evolution, huh? And it only has 40, so it even dies to a Tails? Yikes. Why is Executor so good? Alright, let's head to stage 1, huh? There it is. And assuredly, their Executor would never flip heads on me, yes? Man, this thing hits for 40? Where's a Giovanni when you need one? If they don't hit here, we're in a really decent spot. Dead? I think we're dead. I suppose, in theory, that's probably one of our best draws, yeah? With the X speed. If they brick for a couple of turns and we get to get this set up, we might have a shot. It's not quite what we're looking for. Greg, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. All right, we'll slide along to the next one here, methinks. Happy Friday, Heartless. Good morning, good morning. Why is Executor so good, Gibbers? It's so good. Pokeball, Research, Sigilif. We're gonna churn some cards this game. There has been a pretty incredible amount of misleading stuff regarding the upcoming Pocket expansion on YouTube. From a lot of different channels. I really wish creators would be more clear when they're covering unofficial data mine stuff. That so many people in the last couple of days ask me, "Hey, did I see the stuff that was confirmed?" And I'm just like, I haven't seen anything confirmed. Can you give me a source?" And their source is just like some person making stuff up. So there's a bunch of speculation based on data mines, but that's all we have on the next set so far. It's speculation based on data mines. Am I putting another Abra out? I feel like I'd rather potentially build a second Florges rather than one of those. Yeah. One thing that I think is super misleading that I've seen a few people do is they keep putting, a number of channels have put pictures of paper Pokemon cards on thumbnails for Pokemon Pocket stuff while speculating. Like giving the strong implication that like this card is coming in the upcoming set. I think it's perfectly fine and reasonable to speculate on things that could be coming up, but I think it's actively lying to not make it clear when you're speculating versus when you're providing factual information that's been confirmed. So I think educated speculation is fun and good and reasonable content, where there's a difference between educated speculation that's clearly that and being like, hey, this is a thing that's coming and we know it's coming when that's not the case. I don't think I'm going to put another Sigilif out here, so we'll play this last one out, play around to red card a little bit. To crack them for 80 plus heal back up. Seems pretty good. It's clickbait. No, it's lying. And I get that calling it clickbait and removing personal accountability by saying, well, it's systematic and everybody lies. But that's not true. Everybody doesn't lie and you don't have to. The liars say everybody lies. Yes, that is correct. To give a clean example of what I mean, look at my deck highlight that I posted this morning. I called out that the deck that I'm playing had a 9-0 run in one of our community tournaments. That's 100% clickbait, but it's also 100% honest, right? Like, this deck had a 9-0 run in one of the community tournaments, and that's factual. It's not a lie to point out that's a thing that happened. And there's a difference between saying, oh, this is a thing that happened that people want to click on, and exaggerating the truth or actively misleading. Because you're right, actively misleading is a form of clickbait. People want to click on things that are actively misleading. But that doesn't change the fact that it's still intentionally misleading. Florges is so good in these games where people are playing tiny hitters. Holy. You actually can't currently get Lapras EX, which makes it a good thing that the card's kind of bad. Well, what if I go energy here, and then we try and buy time with these, yeah? So if I swap to here, I could Bloom Shine, and then this is going to survive another hit next turn. And then I get an energy, and then they clear this, and then I'm ready to clear with Alakazam. These two healing each other is really cute. Do we know how many cards will be in the next set? No, nothing's been confirmed. We literally have no official confirmation of anything other than they said there will be a... And actually, I'm not even 100%... I don't even 100% recall. I think they said we would get a bigger set at the end of January. But I actually don't remember exactly what was said or not with regards to that as well. I think they said it would be a big set, but I'm pretty sure everything past that is speculation. And data mines put the release. It's all again, that's just speculation. And that's what started the conversation we're having this morning, which is there's been a lot of people posting actively misleading stuff because they want to act like they're a first-hand source. And they're not, and there aren't first-hand sources for any of it. I think it's reasonable speculation to say it's probably Johto Pokemon because the only Johto Pokemon we have so far is Celebi, and that would make our first mini set a bridge between the two big sets. We also don't have a lot of Dark and Steel Pokemon, and Dark and Steel were introduced in Gen 2, so again, it's probably reasonable speculation to say it's a Gen 2 set coming up. But that's not confirmed. With the mini set, they gave us like 3 days notice on when it was coming out and what it's not. And again, you see that very constructive, specific language that I'm using where I'm saying, I think this was confirmed, but you should double check. And then I know the rest of this is just speculation. That type of stuff. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. I think it's... So... 2 stage 2 is a lot. Can we play Jinx instead of Alakazam? Maybe that's a cute idea. Oh, let us fit Slab in too. The build around for this is just Sigilif without Mewtwo. I don't know, Florges is pretty fun there. Hey, thanks for the second tip. I would like to see Weezing, Mew Weezing, Budding Expeditioner. Yeah, definitely. Oh, Bardic, that did come through twice. If you ping me a DMs, I can refund the second one. Apologies that I missed the notification. I need to take a brief pause and let some adverts roll. I think we're gonna cut the Alakazam and try Jinx and some utility cards. Sounds like a fun idea. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be playing this and lots of other viewer submissions. I'm already playing in a tournament a little bit later. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Clefable. I think we need a bigger attacker. So I think if we're giving up the Alakazam, I like the idea of Jinx. Because Jinx has a similar scale based on energies on them. And she doesn't hit quite as hard, but if you like crack them with Florges and then pivot into Jinx, it's probably fine. Yeah, I like Slab. Probably just a couple of utility things from there, yeah? Thanks, Tim. We just like a Geo and a Sabrina. It's like fine utility. I think, Webby, the idea that the onus should be on the people watching content to understand when they're being lied to, as opposed to making it the creator's responsibility to make it clear when they're speculating, is really nonsensical. It's very akin to victim blaming. It's a really bad take. As someone who presents a lot of information, it's not hard to make it clear when you're presenting speculation versus actual information. Can we play Tauros? So the problem with Tauros in this deck is that I'd be obligated to play Leaf, because you would need to be able to get Tauros out of the active spot. Maybe that's still good though. I guess I could cut the Geo. No, Tauros makes Geo more important though, right? Let's play a couple of games here. I don't like spending a lot of time in the deck editor. I think that's boring to watch. Steelix and Scissor are my hopes for the next set. Yeah, me too, Tim. Let's slab before we Pokeball. Lovely. Let's get me my my basic for these would be nice. Rip. Playing Sigilif into Chatot is scuffed. Is there any information about the new set or how Trader will work? No, we were just talking about that, how nothing's been confirmed. Our lack of an ability to switch to Sigilif is sad. I think I'm gonna go ahead and put this energy on Jinx to start, in case they put, because if they put Chatot back up here, I can Giovanni plus Psychic to clear it. And if they don't put Chatot back up, we can switch to Sigilif and start drawing cards. It's hard to see how trading will be implemented without torpedoing monetization. I think there's a ton of different ways they can implement trading without torpedoing monetization. I think you'll only be able to trade third copies of cards. I think you'll only be able to trade things that are the same rarities. I think you won't be able to trade things that are in the latest set. And again, emphasis on I think. Those are all statements that are pure speculation. But there's a ton of different systems they can implement that make it so they can make plenty of money while having trading in the client. When did you make the switch from streaming on Twitch to YouTube? So, at the end of 23, I think it was, Twitch changed their rules to allow people to stream on multiple platforms simultaneously. So since Twitch changed that rule, I've been streaming on Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. It's worth noting, though, that from the live streaming aspect, though, Twitch is very much my primary platform. Has both higher viewer counts and significantly higher subscriber and direct support numbers. I don't know that we have the power to beat a Pidgeot. I guess if they maybe don't have their second leaf, if we get one turn of breathing room here, we might be able to set up 2 attackers to take it down. Because Psychic does 90, so I'd be able to go 90 with 1 Jinx and then 90 with a second. Do I set up Florges? Or do I set up a second Jinx? I guess Potion stops it either way. And this can theoretically live an attack if they clear 2 things ahead of it. So I think it's correct to build for this. Okay, and then I think at this point, we actually just stop attacking. But does that ever actually turn into a game win for us? I don't think it does, right? Because if I just stop attacking and they build up 2 Pidgeot, it will, yeah, the fact that I played the second Sigilif out kind of locks me here, because I can't, like, switch to this, and then... So I'm leaving because if I knock out the Drudagon, they knock out my attacker, and I can't build up a second attacker in time. And they're going to have 2 Pidgeots, so they can bring one up, attack, and then switch back to the other one. And I just don't have a way to cut through them. Not having a big blaster means we have a hard time. And again, for people that are confused why I'm leaving there, we're probably, I don't know, a dozen turns off of actually losing that game, but there's no reasonable permutation of the way that game plays out, short of my opponent having their internet disconnect, that we can actually win. Oh, speaking of tournament gameplay, what are the odds I still get asked if we're playing a tournament match if I toggle this on while we're playing? 100%? 100% we still get asked constantly, but, you know, at least we'll be able to make fun of people when they ask. Dealer doesn't take losing bets, yep. Oh, you know what I should do? I should add like 3 more copies of that ribbon to the overlay, and then when people ask about it while it's up, I'll just like put it up 6 more places on the screen rather than answering them verbally. That's the passive aggressive answer. We'll just like put one across my forehead and one across the middle of the board. If you want to hide information, put it on a side. It's funny because it's true. Let's open on this. I was hoping if I drew the Giovanni, I could go into flow it and hit them for 40 and then 80 to clean them out. I think I'm putting Sigilif up here, but it's close. We're definitely going to want to build a Jinx in the back line. I'm not playing out the other Sigilif because I think I want this last bench slot to either be another Florges or Jinx. They did take my Florges away. Red card actually useful. I mean, we still have like 3 turns before I need the card, right? Nice red card, nerd. Next turn they'll have 3 energy, which means this is only dealing 90. So I think I actually put the energy here this turn. And then I think I actually want to build up another one of these rather than a second Jinx down the line. Oh, that's a yikes. It is definitely a yikes for someone. Jury is still out on whom. Couldn't have happened to a nicer red card player, really. Truly, you have to be built different to register this deck for a tournament. It's wild to me that it's a deck people play in tournaments. I don't know. I think if a turn like that is going to make you fume, you lost during your deck registration portion. Like, you have no one but yourself to blame if that type of roll makes you mad. There are so many other decks that aren't just an RNG incarnate in this game. All things considered, Pokemon Pocket's actually a pretty low variance game. It just gives you the option to be a degenerate if you want to be. Yeah, like they're even a red card gamer. They've fully chosen the RNG life. All right, is this an Erica? Or are you in trouble? Oh my goodness, are they retreating? Sure are. Okay, so what's their line here? They knock out the Florges, and then they flip heads to knock out the Jinx next turn is their combination? Hey, I totally saw that offline sub, ZPY. Thanks for dropping that off. Welcome to a live session. They don't know what they're doing. That's not remotely true. You may not be smart enough to know what my opponent's doing, but my opponent's played this game quite well. They have now positioned themselves into a spot where they only need to flip heads on an Executor to win the game, and if they hit tails on that... Oh, I guess if they hit tails, the Psychic cracks them back. But yeah, our opponents actually played pretty well through their bad luck, and they've now positioned themselves so if they win a single coin flip, they win the game. What is a Miniga version? Are you trying to attribute a particular build of Celebi to a specific player? Because that would be very silly. The opponent's archetype is like one of the stock builds of the deck. That's very easy and obvious to make. I get that for bad players, putting Executor in the deck wasn't obvious, but for people that understand what's going on, like putting Celebi or putting Executor in the Celebi deck was very, very obvious. In fact, to show what an incredibly humble streamer that I am, I will point out the fact that my day one Celebi brew had 2 Executor EX in it and is very close to the stock build now that has become the clearly best build of Celebi. Hey, Bebop, thanks for dropping by the pocket stuff. Yeah, imagine if that opponent's useless red card had been an Erica or a Potion. They win that game every time, yeah? But instead, they played a red card that was functionally worthless and lost the game because they put red card in their deck. Humble and thin. We're working on the thin part. With my birthday cake officially gone, we're in cut calorie mode for the next couple of months, trying to lose the last 10 pounds. Pikachu. This matchup's probably tough. I guess if we hit this as soon as humanly possible, we might be okay. And that's a good start. think it's just this to play around Sabrina. I don't want them to pull these up. If I brick on the stage 1 next turn, it might be a Sigilif angle. Yeah, as always, gamers, if you're coming in and you're wondering what's on the schedule for a given stream, we'll always have it in the title. A tournament coming up in about an hour that we'll be playing, and we'll be doing viewer-submitted decks before then. If they have X speed, which is likely, we're probably just getting run over here. I am not going to have this set up for 2 turns now. Gosh, if I would have, and this is, I perhaps made a mistake on my first turn. If I would have attacked with the Sigilif on 1, I would have been able to play this out last turn and then have this on curve, which would maybe give us play into this Pikachu. But because I didn't attack with this on 1, we're 1 turn short now, and I don't think we're going to be able to make up the difference. I don't have anything that can survive a blast from this. I find Celebi more consistent without Superior. I mean, my lukewarm take is that the Celebi deck is probably more consistent without Celebi, and Executor EX is actually the good card. Alright, so what's the plan? The game plan here is they clear this, I put up Florges and hit this, I hit the stage 1 next turn and then another Florges after and maybe have a shot, but things are definitely looking grim here for us. In your opinion, which is better, Pikachu, Raichu, or Pikachu, Zebstrika? Zebstrika is definitely the best build of Pikachu by the numbers. It is both more popular and the better performing build. Yeah. And then, without hitting our other stage 1 here, we're just dead. Because I'm going to go to 60, and then the back Pikachu's going to clear us. This whole game was decided by that energy assignment on turn 1 and not drawing with the Sigilif. If we would have been 1 card deeper, I would have had my Florges ready to go. Yeah, Nightblader, red card is a card that I would describe as having a strong emotional bias in favor of playing it. It's a card that lets you feel like you disrupted your opponent, and you don't actually ever know whether or not you helped them or hurt them, so in your mind's eye, you could always talk yourself into it was a beneficial card. It's also the type of effect where when red card gets played against you, it's very easy to remember the games where it hurts you and very quick to forget the games where it did nothing because of humans' inherent negative response bias. As human beings, we developed an evolutionary imperative to remember negative things more vividly than neutral or positive ones. So the red cards that actually hurt us stand out in our mind a lot, and the red cards that don't do anything to us are easy to forget. Them putting their first energy on Tauros seems like a pretty big mistake against our non-EX deck. Hey, Kurt. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, but I don't think we're going to get to it today, but I want to run back the Farfetch'd fighting deck in one of the tournament runs at some point. Deck's a lot of fun and has a lot of player agency. Anything that beats Charizard and Gyarados. Pikachu's probably the closest thing to fitting that bill, although it's worth noting that the Arcanine builds of Charizard tend to have a pretty close Pikachu matchup. Florges on curve here while going first is really good. Yeah, the only way to make red card even remotely close to reasonable is being able to look at your opponent's hand, and none of the cards that let you look at your opponent's hand are remotely close to playable. They're all pretty poor. Opponent bricking on fire energy here. Quite good for the home team. Kind of a puzzling activation of blue, since I wasn't killing them with Giovanni anyways. The Aerodactyl Primeape deck tends to beat Charizard and Gyarados. I'd buy that for $1. That sounds reasonable. Yes. No, the rough skin happens after the heal. So the full attack effect happens, and then rough skin happens. I really need to stop playing out second Sigilif. Literally every game we've played where I've played out second Sigilif, I've felt absolutely terrible about it afterwards. This Sabrina might be our saving grace. My one takeaway from playing games with this deck so far is to stop putting 2 of these out. I really want a 3rd attacker to build up on my bench. Thoughts on Sigilith versus Mystic's Lab? Well, we're playing both of them in this deck. Oh, they must not have their EX yet, huh? They should be torched here. Apologies, I wasn't trying to be rude, but it seems very clearly suboptimal to put more than 2 energies on Celebi if there's a Jinx on the board. I think your comment there is something that lots of card game players frequently make that is very silly and shows inexperience. And that is, you are trying to create a hard and fast rule in your mind rather than acknowledging the reality that context is key and the details matter. So while generally it might be wrong to do something, there are definitely situations where in the context it's fine to do the thing that goes against the thing you would often want to do. One of the biggest things you could do to hamstring yourself as a competitive card gamer is try and create these heuristics and lock yourself into them. I've heard around 288 cards are hitting at the end of the month. In this next expansion, the meta will be changing. Well, considering neither of our previous sets had that many cards, I'd be surprised if we had that many at the end of the month. I guess Genetic Apex, if you don't count cards that are mechanically... If you count alt arts, Genetic Apex was around there. But how many mechanically unique cards was Genetic Apex? It was like 220 something, right? My expectation is that the big set will match Genetic Apex. $226 was the mechanically unique in Genetic Apex. Yeah, I would expect that many. That many again. Florges is a card. Florges is a card that, if stage 2s get made more consistent with something, is one to think about. She's really powerful when she comes together, but she's just, you know, that stage 2 inconsistency. And a lot of her power is that she can get out if she gets online early. It's actually kind of awkward when going second. I'm gonna lead Jinx here. So I'm actually going to play an updated take on Executor Wiggly EX in the first run this morning. Someone posted a result with that in one of yesterday's tournaments, and I had been meaning to revisit it, so I'm taking it as a sign to revisit it. Can Chatot help fix stage 2 inconsistency? So the problem with Chatot, and even Sigilif to a lesser degree, is that they have to take up slots in your deck that you could otherwise be attacking and dealing damage with. Your attack every single turn is a valuable resource, and giving it up for the sake of sculpting your hand is not something that's free to do. And even the nominal damage from Sigilif will be relevant here, right? 2 spike draw shots on this Drudagon means that Florges can clear it in 1 hit for 80. Is like a relevant breakpoint type thing. Okay, so I've bricked on my stage 1, but noteworthy breakpoint here is if they leaf back to this and I draw my Giovanni, Jinx plus Geo clears Drudagon, dealing 100. So hopefully we hit Geo in these next 2 draws. Or hopefully they don't have leaf. I only have 1 copy of Giovanni though, so not super high probability here. Okay, that would imply no leaf, which is nice. So we're looking for Florges now? Or we're looking for our stage 1 now, I should say. Right? I don't know that we can come back from here. I think I needed them to brick on Greninja for a turn. I'm going to put Jinx up because I think I need double Florges to have a shot to win this game. But if they have Leaf, we're going to be up a creek without a pedal. Yeah, they hadn't played any copies of that yet, so I think that probably means we're just done here. Because the way these breakpoints line up from here, I'm going to 100 and then Dragon Claw plus Water Shuriken finish me. All right. We are going to take a brief pause for the cause and pay some bills by letting some adverts roll. As always, those will never disrupt and go over the top of gameplay on this channel. We'll take a quick break. We've got a next viewer deck submission to play some Mew Weezing with Budding Expeditioner and Koga, some double bounce extraordinaire. We'll see you after a couple of minutes of adverts. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream as a free way to help the content reach some more people. Appreciate the 125 folks that have done that already. If you're someone hanging out who would like to submit a deck to be played, you can do that for a small tip at the link pinned above the chat if you're a YouTube member or a Twitch subscriber. Are you still playing Rivals? I got to gold 3 or 4 last season, playing with the boys in solo queue, but haven't been playing it every day, no. My typical experience is I sit down and I ask myself if I feel like being mad while I play a video game, and if yes, I play Rivals, and if no, I play Genshin Impact. I don't mind Rivals too much. I really like playing Cloak and Dagger as a support. Usually there's not enough supports in those games, so I get to play the character I like to play every game. The problem with playing 2 Budding Expeditioners in this deck is it means I have to play one that's not full art. It's a travesty. Hey, Tron, thank you for the 64 months. Good to have you back in the community again. Been great for Pocket to bring a lot of the folks who were previously here back in. No, I'm not doing anything on Snap other than logging in and claiming my gold pass. Do I walk 1 mile away in 10 inches of snow to get an energy drink? Absolutely not. I think it's this. This is a lot of supporters, though. That's so many supporters. I think I want all of them, though. I can only see Budding Expeditioner as a card art that's flipping me off. You know, I hadn't seen that before, but now I'm not going to be able to unsee it. All right, let's fix the psychic energy, Ralph. Honestly, I think this core is probably fine. Let's see how it feels. I imagine we're gonna play a supporter most turns with this deck. I would like one of your finest Weezings, please, game. Sorry, I meant coughing. Pokeball knew what I meant. Pokeball knew what I meant. We actually kind of want a copy of Leaf next turn. 2 of those at 11 cards, so we could Leaf back to the coughing. Morning, Vlad. Life's good. My older 2 kids brought their Chromebooks home from school because they weren't sure if we were going to have an e-learning today or not, but we only ended up getting about an inch of snow, so the buses were running and they went in. We let my toddler stay home from daycare, though. Neither Christy nor I felt like sliding down there, and she's pretty good. Playing with her puzzles and watching a show during the day. Alright, with the other coughing draw, we'll play this out and play the Weezing out. 2 Leafs and 7 cards. Hey, happy birthday to your little one, Geeg. Oh, I'm on the wrong scene. Apologies. Much better. This is so much better. I just feel a little tilted when I open a piece of Pokemon Pocket content. And the game screen is only like a third of the video I'm looking at. Assuredly, I'm going to draw a Leaf eventually, yes. All right, there's our copy of Leaf. And I think with the copy of Leaf drawn, we actually start powering up the Tauros here, since it means it's not going to get knocked out. Hit him with the gas leak here. Yeah, I really hope Scizor and or Heracross end up being playable. They're definitely characters that I like a lot. Wow, I'm really surprised they let us take the poison knockout there. I feel like this has got to be game from here with us getting the Tauros set up. I feel like they needed to pressure us with the Celebi before the Tauros was online. And now that they've failed to do that, they're going to have a real bad time. That one could be. Well, I guess they're forever away from attacking with it, huh? And then at this point, we just stack a bunch of energy on Mew, so that way we can match a Celebi with it if need be. Do I Giovanni here to take... No, I don't need a Giovanni because they take 10 for poison. Yeah, we're very done here. Well, unless they red card us and we fail to redraw Giovanni, the game is done. It's so important that your Tauros decks play 2 Giovanni in this metagame, gamers. Tauros is a good card in general, and it just, like, goes from a 7 to a 10 when it can crack these 130s in one go. Going first, but we lack a coughing, unfortunately. Sedge. Survey says... unlucky. I'm gonna vibe on putting this other Mew on the bench, because ideally these are 2 coughings for the last 2 slots here. You ever play competitive Pokemon? Like 4 or 5 years back, I played a little bit of competitive Pokemon. But not a lot. I actually had a pretty bad experience with someone cheating in one of their first major tournaments that I played in, and it soured the experience a whole lot, and I didn't stay. Definitely greatly prefer digital, where you don't have to worry about stuff like that occurring. And for what it's worth, cheating isn't specifically a Pokemon issue. Like, Magic is riddled with cheaters in paper card games too. Just comes with human beings. I don't know how we ever beat a Gyarados. Maybe some combination of a bunch of Weezings can do it. I suppose Weezing gas plus tackle means Mew can finish. We need them to not have a Leaf for the turn, I think. If they brick on Leaf and then we draw second Weezing, I think we have a shot. If they retreat into Gyarados and start attacking this turn, I just don't have enough energy set up because I had to discard an energy to retreat here, unfortunately. How does one cheat in a paper TCG? Sleight of hand stuff or misdirection and then doing it is the most common, but there's also stuff like the particular issue that I had in paper Pokemon was the person I was playing against, like, boldface lied to their judge equivalent, whatever they're called. I think they're called professors or something. And the outcome of them boldface lying was beneficial to them instead of neutral. And they were very much aware of what the outcome was going to be, which is why they lied. Yeah. The way that system structure was in place, they were very much encouraged to do that. The TO actually handled it quite well. I explained what happened to them after the fact, and they refunded my entry fee for the event. It was still a little sour that I spent a weekend and, like, prepped and traveled, and that was the result, but at least the TO did what they could. Yeah, if you want a lesson in cheating in paper Magic, Google Alex Bertoncini, and you'll find a ton of videos and articles about him. Just like Notorious was banned multiple times. I think he's done for good at this point, but I don't actually know for sure. Does Blue reduce Hitmonlee's damage to 20? It does, yeah. Blue doesn't specify active Pokemon. Burton Cheaty, as he was known in the Magic the Gathering circles. That is correct. Again, not playing this Mew out because I want these last 2 bench slots to be coughing, ideally, I think. He's cheating in poker. Oh, that's right. I did see a video come across my feed about him cheating in a poker thing. Yes, that's the other thing about that I definitely don't miss from playing paper card games is explaining to people constantly that the act of cheating requires the intent to cheat. And what do we mean by cheating requires intent? Well, just breaking the game rules doesn't constitute cheating. Paper card games like Paper Pokemon and Magic tend to have really complicated board states and things like that, so it's very easy for you to, like, make a mistake and break a game rule. In order for something like that to be cheating, they need to know that what they're doing is breaking the game rule and be doing it to gain an advantage. There's definitely examples of, like, if something that was common in Magic is, like, someone would play an extra land drop unintentionally, especially in, like, long games where you're at a point where it, like, basically doesn't matter, but there's just a lot going on and it just happens. Like, not every person making a mistake is necessarily cheating. Games have a lot going on, and it's easy to just miss stuff like that. All right, I'm going to play the second Tauros out here so they can't Sabrina up this or this. We'll hit them with the tackle, and then with the poison here, if they clear this, even with an Erica, Tauros will be able to finish next turn, which is nice. I think one of my favorite examples of someone broke a game rule, but there is very clearly no cheating involved here, is I was playing in a PTQ once upon a time, Pro Tour qualifier for people who aren't old Magic cats, and someone was given a Splinter Twin deck from their friend that was in a non-English language, and one of the results of having a deck that they weren't familiar with the play patterns of was that they didn't know what some of their cards did. So they played Pillar of Flame, which is a sorcery, on their opponent's end step, and their opponent dispelled it. And then a judge was called for something else unrelated. They were like, all right, we got to rewind all of this because this doesn't work for a couple of different reasons. Yes, you are allowed to play non-English cards. So I'm toggling this out because next turn they're going to attack for 90 with this. And I don't want my Weezing to die to the 90. So we're poisoning, Kogang, putting Tauros up so the Delmise doesn't clear it. Gosh, that's probably lethal. Because I don't have another coughing, I think we're dead here. This is why I said ideally we have 2 coughings, so that way you can Koga and immediately evolve back to Weezing. But with this setup now, I just have nowhere to go. I guess I put Tauros back up, and maybe if I draw coughing this turn, we have a shot. Because what I need to maneuver this game is I need to get us to a spot where I can clear the Delmise and get 1 point with a 1 knockout point thing, and then have Tauros to clear Celebi, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to do that without another Weezing here. Yeah, the Tauros surviving for a turn there meant that I had a window to draw the second coughing, but we did not. And that game's a good example of why I think new coughing is much better than old coughing, because having 2 of those has a ton of value in those spots. Your Kogas are much better when you're getting to put Weezing right back up after you bounce the first one. Yes, that's super true in Magic or Pokemon or anything. Anytime your opponent makes an unintentional mistake, you should still call a judge even if you think it was innocent and obvious, because they log all those unintentional mistakes in the tournament software and it attaches to a kind of permanent record for that player. Because while they will happen on occasion, too many of them probably something is up, so you want to make sure that they get written down when they happen. In fact, that was one thing when I was playing a lot of tournaments that people would be surprised by, is I would make sure to call a judge on myself when something like that happened, because it's the proper procedure to do so. Because sometimes your opponent, especially if they're less experienced, and especially if they knew who I was from grinding a ton, they would be like, they wouldn't want to call a judge. It's like, no, you should never be afraid to call a judge. This is the appropriate thing to do. Just do it. I'll do it for you. Let's make sure this gets written down. Normalizing that kind of thing is very, very beneficial to newer players. Our inability to draw coughing to start is really unfortunate. This energy here, because we might be budding expeditioning this out after it takes a hit. Should we Oak and then Pokeball? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. It's close to a spot like that because ideally we want coughing and Weezing. So it's not as clear-cut of a case. Them missing on Executor here gives us some breathing room, which is nice. Although, unfortunately, we're bricking for another turn here. Hopefully, if they have non-EX Executor, we're going to be in a lot of trouble. Yeah, I don't know how our deck ever wins from here. This is one of those questions these Tauros decks feel like they need to be able to answer, is like, how do you win in the games where your Tauros isn't a good attacker? And I think there's like just too many decks in the current metagame where both Tauros and Mew are kind of awkward, where you're like, look at games like this, you're like, man, I have 2 Pokemon here, they're 66% of the Pokemon in my deck, and they just basically don't do anything. And I spent 3 energies on them for them to not do anything. Weezing's good in some of those spots, but not all of them. I think the best Tauros deck or the best Weezing deck right now is playing Arbok alongside as the highlight we posted earlier this week. Oh, ideally we're Tauros, Mew, coughing. Yes, in the fighting matchup, they're both mediocre. This matchup, if they're on the EX Executor, Tauros is like fine. What decision making goes into between 1 or 2 Mews? So this deck's playing 2 Mews because the submitter wanted to play Budding Expeditioner. But if I'm being honest, I think one of the cards I misevaluated the most day 1 for this set is I think I missed on how mediocre Budding Expeditioner Mew was going to be. I undervalued how good Koga is with coughing in large part, or Weezing in large part due to the fact that it has Gas Leak and a 1 energy attack. This just being a stalling effect without dealing any damage is kind of mid. Hey, Sir Miss. Glad you're enjoying your standing desk. They are truly a wonderful quality of life upgrade. Ash World, thank you for the 57 months. So I think we're just powering up other Tauros here. We're gonna leaf this back to Mew. No second full art exhibition. Unfortunately, like we were talking about, this card's kind of bad, I think. So it's not worth spending $200 to get another copy. I already spent $400 on 2 full art copies of Leaf because they're playable. It's hard to justify spending a bunch of money on a bad card. Oh god, they're Victory Bell, not Celebi. So this Tauros is gonna die anyways. Freaking yikes. And again, this is the exact same spot we were talking about a second ago, where this is a matchup where my Tauros and my Mew are both kinda awkward here. Like neither of these attack well into Victory Bell. And I'm putting this Tauros up to let them knock it out, because they're going to get to grab it with Victory Bell anyway, so I might as well give them the point now on my own terms. If we draw Weezing next turn, we might have a shot. Big baby. All right, 2 Weezings and a research and 8 cards next turn. What's your favorite Koga deck? I posted an Arbok Weezing deck on the YouTube side earlier this week that I think is alright. Arbok's a pretty solid secondary attacker. Yeah, just can't ever win from here. Alright, we're gonna give this one more shake, but I think we've appropriately highlighted why you need a real plan past Tauros and Mew. I have a coughing and a wheezing and we're going first. It's like Christmas. Oh my gosh, and they're playing Psychic Energy? We're about to run them down, Gibbers. This makes me feel even more like Tauros and Mew are good design. Tauros and Mew are easily the 2 best designs in Mythical Island. They aren't the 2 most powerful cards. They're up there. They're not the most powerful though, but they are definitely fantastic designs. You ever gotten a God Pack? I've gotten 2 God Packs, actually. And if you want to hear even higher odds, I hit both God Packs within 10 pulls of each other while opening Mythical Island. Ah, it's another matchup where Tauros and Mew are both awkward. How much have you spent on the game? Probably 700 or 800 at this point. Not a small amount. Is the reaction to your God Pack on YouTube? No, I don't really do over-the-top reactions to things like that. I think a lot of the time. We're not a React Andy channel. For reference, God Packs are only 1 in 2,000. So while I'm above average at this point, hitting 2 of them, there's a good chance if you haven't seen one yet, you're really not unlucky as of yet. They are pretty unlikely. Until you get shagged in all 3 lanes. I mean, I think reactions to obnoxious things in the actual gameplay are different than opening lottery tickets. We get a pack opening video when the new set drops? Nah, I don't really enjoy doing that type of content. Oh, we finally had a Weezing early, and now we have no Koga. And I have no good follow-up attacker here. Oh, man. The least bad Celebi deck is like the Executor Celebi deck, but I genuinely think that deck's better if you just don't play Celebi. No, if they release at 1 a.m. again, I'm gonna be recording a set review ASAP. I think that's the place where I add the most value to the Pokemon Pocket space. I think other people are better suited for the React Andy type stuff. When the new set drops, my goal ASAP is going to be getting a concise and hopefully useful review out of the cards that are coming. Pokemon Pocket communicates absolutely nothing about the future of the game, essentially. We get like very small tidbits like tradings coming in January and there's a big set coming in January, but they don't tell us more than that. We don't know long-term if there are set rotations or anything like that. I think for a big set, I'll probably break the set review up into a couple of videos. Like the first video we'll try and get out ASAP is assuming there's 15 EX Pokemon to start. We'll do a EX. We'll do an EX set review. Goodness. All of my attackers suck here. I guess I'm doing this and hitting their Tauros with mine. But if they have Leaf, they can put their Jinx up. But then we're just hoping to draw Weezing, I suppose. Is this level of communication standard for a TCG? It's actually less than average for a TCG, even compared to paper Pokemon. Normal card games do what they call a spoiler season, where in a couple of weeks or even a month leading up to their set releases, they post teaser cards online. This suddenly getting absolutely everything is very atypical. Weezing! Second dinner definitely over communicates in the space. They are very much not the norm. Oh yeah, that's a hit for 70. Good God. All right, I'm done with this one. Like that. I think that was a crucial lesson in why Mew and Tauros can't both be 2-ofs in these types of decks. All right, I'm gonna throw the deck list on screen that we're gonna play in the tournament that starts in 24 minutes. We'll play something else before then. We're gonna revisit Wiggly Egg. So I top 16'd a large tournament with an iteration of this before Mythical Island released. I've been meaning to revisit it, so we're gonna play this today in the 11 a.m. event. And then if anybody else has a viewer submitted deck, we're out of those. That could be the next thing that we play in the meantime, in between time. I'm gonna tap some ads on Twitch. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. Tap the like button if you're watching on YouTube. Make sure you follow and subscribe and all that jazz. See you in a minute. I couldn't decide on what pack to pull from. Your 2-month-old video says Charizard is the best and Mew is the second. Yeah, that's probably still true. It really still just depends on what cards you want to play. But I would say Charizard still has the highest density of cards that are good. Things like Executor EX are still great. Greninja's still great. There's a couple of different decks you can build out of that pack that are pretty serviceable. One of the things that's super true is that the more packs we get into this game, the harder it's going to be for people to choose where to start opening, because competitive decks are going to come from multiple packs more and more frequently. Yeah, Starmie's and Charizard packs also. Alright, speaking of weird Executor decks, I'll try a couple more with Mewtwo eggs. Helek, thank you for the 26 months. Welcome back. Morning, Zoinks. Yeah, getting trading correct is going to be important for will the economy work for people that want to actually play the game. Ah, yes. Playing against my old Pokemon friend, the Totodile Slut. Ah, usernames. Thank you for the over 2 years, Helek. Appreciate it. We play some Butterfree Executor. We could certainly do that, Niv. Thank you for the submissions as always. Someone redeemed Chillionaire when I stepped away. They totally did. Delinear. Thanks for watching a ton over the last year and more. Be sure you ping me on the Discord side to get access to Beverly Shills. We'll make sure the trickle-down economy stays in action, so our next Chillionaire only needs to spend 999,781 shillings. And you played Alakazam Executor. I think Alakazam Executor is one of the least bad ways to play Alakazam, but it's also one of the worst ways to play Executor. It's just not very good. Well, I guess we're stacking some energies on the egg, huh? Honestly, I'm gonna retreat this one and growth spurt the other one just so I have grass energy spread out. Hey, thanks for the tip, JRC. So with Aerodactyl and Hitmonlee, we can certainly do that. Archetype is stellar. Well, I assume they are unfortunately about to scramble my egg with Delmise next turn. And I think at this point we've bricked out the Executor and Mewtwo long enough that we can't work. Ideally we hit Executor or Mewtwo to start pressuring, but missing both of those in our top 11 cards means we're pretty far behind here. The Limitless folks approved my tournament organizer application shortly after I tweeted them last night. So we are set to go. My plan is to formalize the details and announce what the pricing and structure is for signups next week. Next Friday is the plan. I've got one sponsor fully confirmed. I've got another I'm waiting for the final here back from. Should have a sweet prize pool. In theory, there's 2 tournaments today, but hopefully we'll just do well enough in the first one that I don't need a second, huh? Will there be deck and card bans? Nope. It'll be single deck best of 3, just after the new set releases. It's gonna be February 1st at 10 a.m. Central. Have those details locked in. You know, I haven't actually played much Butterfree. One kind of interesting question about Butterfree is, are you supposed to play the full line or are you supposed to play 1-1-1 since Caterpie can search them up? Yeah, some people are super into custom formats and card bans. I don't think that's very interesting, especially not after a new set releases. Lord Odin, thank you for the 29 months. There's all sorts of things like custom ban lists that run on Limitless, but that's not something I ever intend to run. The purpose of running a tournament is doing coverage, and coverage will be more popular if people can play anything. Because people want to look for deck lists. The problem with playing the full evolution lines, they just take up so many deck slots. Because I want like another basic in here at least. It could just be like a Mew and a Tauros as the last two. The problem with playing Tauros is that I want Geo. At least one. You could play Celebi, but I just hate the card. One on the Caterpie gives us some more flexibility on utility slots, which gives us room for Geo and stuff, which is nice. We get a Sabrina and a Potion. Volcrado Moltres. I knew if I ignored that long enough, it would eventually be a viewer submission. Yeah, we could lose some games with that. I'm going to go ahead and close deck submissions for the time being, because we have 3 queued up, and once the tournament starts, we'll be playing them in between rounds, so it's going to take us a little bit longer to get to them all. If we get through them, we'll open them back up again later. I think we're going to start here. Got 12 minutes before the tournament begins, so we can play a game or two. Take the Psychic Energy away from Ralph. Yeah, the deck builder has all sorts of issues. Opening on Caterpie against a Fighting Energy could be a little scuffed here. Farfetches and Mankeys, oh my. Oh, bricking on. Execute here is unfortunate. Better late than never, but never late is better. Do I want to spend an energy to draw a card? I think the answer is no. I think I want to just start building up Tauros and Mew. I think this is getting cleared. And if they don't clear this turn, we'll leaf it out and put Executor up next turn. But either Primeape clears Caterpie here. Oh man, Caterpie surviving is huge. That's great for us. Let's make like a tree and leaf here. Ooh, missing on that. If they have 2 energy Primeape, it could be bad for us. Because 2 energy Primeape would deal 100, and then this would deal another 100. I guess Erica lets us survive that, but it's still not a good scene. No Primeape is great for a hero. I think we Sabrina. To be like, okay, you're gonna let me mark damage on Marowak, or you're gonna let me clear something else with the heads? It's a little unfortunate the way the bench is shaped up that I can't queue up another execute. I was excited to see that, and then I remembered we're still missing our stage 1. Erica here means that if we clear this, this needs a Giovanni or 2 heads. Anytime they get to reuse Marshadow, it's so strong. This means no Geo, so high probability Executor lives. Live! Live! Nailed it. An easy game, gamers. You ever seen someone play a game as easy as this one? Certainly not. Average Marowak gameplay, really. Hopefully, having the Marshadow on their bench encourages them to just attack with the Marowak here. Oh, no, they can't, because if they lose this, they lose the game, right? So I already have 1 point. Sabrina. Yeah, have an Executor again. Seems fine for us. I mean, once they attack with the Marowak, they lost the game. Even if they would have cleared this, the Tauros finishes them, yeah. I think Charizard packs are still the best first packs to open, but it really comes down to which cards are you interested in playing. Is 286 cards for the upcoming expansion too much of a change from the current meta? Anybody telling you 286 is mistaken. They've not confirmed anything about the upcoming set. I would assume that the upcoming set, if it matches the first one, will have 226 unique cards. And that's similar to the first set, half or more of them will be pack filler that aren't really playable. But again, they have not confirmed anything for the upcoming set from any official sources. Anybody telling you otherwise, you should pressure them to give you an actual official source, and they likely won't be able to. It's also, like, take a look at the mini set, for example. The mini set introduced some new strategies, but it also didn't really invalidate any of the existing strategies, right? Like, if you look at what people were actually doing after the fact, like the Charizard, Mewtwo, and Pikachu decks from last season are all still fine. Mewtwo and Pikachu are still on top, and Charizard's not S tier, but it's like solid B, B+. My Executor on the play. Welcome to Pound Town. You just win so many games on the spot with this kind of setup. My goodness, this is about to be a 30 damage circle circuit. This is the pause before a 30 damage circle circuit. We're so done here. Anything less than 90 and they're pretty cooked. 60-60's better, but holy. Pour one out for this gamer. Oh! And we just keep swinging. We're gonna use up all our heads before the tournament at this rate. We have 2 extra heads, it's okay. That's true. Good way to look at it. Hey, look, it's exactly what I wanted for Christmas. How did you know? Wow, unlucky. Yes, Magneton does 60. Is Metapod in our deck? Jury's still out on that one. Tentacle Possum, thank you for the 15 months, appreciate it. Alright. I mean, potion's not bad. Let's survive another hit here. Our first tournament round is paired, but our opponent hasn't checked in yet, so we can chill and play for the time being. We'll have to bounce out if they show up, though. Ooh. 'Cause so good. Magneton and a Pikachu deck seems kind of like a waste. Yeah, I was just talking with Jim at the stand-up this morning that Magneton really didn't seem agile enough to help us hit the KPIs this quarter. We were going to get into it more, but we had to wind things down, so we're going to take it offline for a further discussion later. This is my corporate speak way of telling you that saying things like kind of a waste is non-descriptive and unhelpful. And if you want to articulate your thoughts further, you should do that to help communicate more clearly. But just passive-aggressively saying my opponent's deck building is bad is not useful or welcome in my chat. Please don't do it again. I conceded there for those that are just joining us. My tournament round is up and my opponent has checked in. So we're going to fire our first round of the tournament this morning here. And we are playing Wiggly Eggs. Our opponent is playing Pikachu with Zebstrika and Dedenne. He said, let's start, and then didn't press the search button. Second time's the charm, assuredly. Perfect. Our opponent is playing Zebstrika Pikachu, 2 Zapdos EX, 1 Dedenne as their extra cards. Their utility cards are 1 Potion, 1 Blue, 1 Sabrina, 2 Giovanni. No copies of red card is notable. Execute with Executor in the opener. Sounds great. Exactly the opener we want here. Second egg sounds lovely. This is not a matchup where Mew's gonna come into play, so we're gonna not play that to the bench here. Potion and Blue are notable because they could mess up our ability to clear this Pikachu with a single heads over 2 turns. Notably, one of the downsides of playing this build is that I do not have room for copies of Erica with the Wiggly stuff we're trying to do, which makes our eggs a little bit worse in this matchup because you always go down to 2 90-point hits. First heads is great. Means if they want a Potion or Blue, it's only speculative, and if we hit another heads, we clean them out anyways. I think 5 basic Pokemon is the floor for your decks, with most decks preferring to play 6. We could see a retreat this to Zapdos, put energy on this Pikachu. Yep, very heads-up play from the opponent here. A significant part of the strength of this Pikachu deck is its ability to shuffle its cards around. Feel about Sabrina here. I think I'm kind of into it. We either take a knockout point on this with the heads or put damage on this. Yeah, this is unfortunate. They have 2 copies of X speed here. So likely going to see X speed into retreat to this Pikachu. That's interesting. They don't have it. I think at this point, I power up this Mew tentatively to be good against their non-Pikachu attackers as a threat. It also insulates us from a Sabrina, potentially. Heads here is great. Clinching our first knockout point means they can't let us knock out any of these 3 EX Pokemon. Them not having the X speed to crack us for 90 last turn was a big deal. And putting energies on this Mew makes them switching to Zapdos a lot less appealing. Which is nice. Oh, Leafin decline giving them the knockout points here. It's a great heads to hit. Deciding where to allocate their energy this turn. Do they want to get a peck off for 20 here, or do they want to allocate energy to the Zapdos on the bench to work towards the Thundering Hurricane? So, notably, the opponent has 2 copies of Giovanni. So I think this setup is them looking to use the Pikachu to finish. And they haven't used their potion yet. So I'm gonna potion here. So that way Giovanni Pikachu is not lethal on this Executor next turn. And then once we hit with this, it means that Mew with 2 heads clears the Zapdos next turn. So they probably need to pull it out of the active spot. They're just not playing around the second copy of Leaf, which is not unreasonable. There's 5 cards left in my deck. We're gonna go ahead and go for this here for sure. Best Celebi impersonation with our grass deck. Oh my goodness. As I said, best Celebi impersonation. I think we're in a pretty good spot with both the Wigglies in hand here, though. Like, if I high roll here a little bit, we clear this. The fact that they're on 0 knockout points is a big deal, because it means if I miss and they Geo plus clear me next turn, I'm gonna finish them after the fact, most likely. this knocks him to 10. Or sorry, hits him for... Oh, I'm not super effective. Right. Pokemon have types, not attacks. So we're good to go here at this point with the Wiggly queued up. Opponent maneuvered for a long while here, but we've got him pinned down at this point. So they're going to potion or blue, so that way they're not dead on board to the Executor, but us having Wiggly means that we're still done here. They actually know that they're deterministically dead based on the deck list. It's impossible for me to not have at least a Wiggly. Because there's only one card in my deck, and either Wiggly finishes them here. They're just wasting time. All right, that is game 1. Rounds are best of 3, so you gotta win one more here. Machamp feels really awkward with Marshadow. I really prefer it with either the Drudagon stalling Michael or Aerodactyl as a secondary attacker. As always, we'll be a little bit more focused on the games while we're playing a tournament round and not really reading chat. We'll catch up in between. Behave or the mods will bonk you. Go ahead and research here. Did I fit a copy of Erica in this deck? Must have. I thought I did. Was my last card Erica that last game? It must have been. If what Erica, one potion? Okay. Oh. Yep, one copy Erica. Cool. Good job, Pest Chef. I need an Executor here. And this, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, is exactly why we play one baby Executor. Because having the baby here is better than not having it at all. If they have X speed plus their one copy of Sabrina, they can clear my Jigglypuff here, but I think it's important to start working on powering this up. I guess I'm getting kinda punished for not playing it on the first turn. I could have played around the Sabrina X speed if I would have played it on the first turn, so yeah, I think that was a mistake. Holding it back was wrong with the evolution in hand. Could get punished for this. I meant they couldn't Zeb strike it, but I go ahead and evolve now so we don't have to worry about Sabrina next turn. Would love to hit a Headseer. Nice. First knockout point is huge because it means they can't afford to let us clear either of their EXs from this point. Leaf is such a big upgrade for this archetype. Being able to retreat the Executor and put an energy on Wiggly tough next turn is really strong. Yeah, if they crack the Executor here, we're going to swap to the Wiggly for sure. Lose the game with this coin flip, and even if they win the coin flip, they're still in a pretty medium spot. I genuinely don't know what the strongest eggs deck is right now, and that's part of why I'm playing so many of them. We're trying to figure it out. So what's their line here? If they have 2 Giovannis, they could like, oh my goodness, they're going for the, we're just going to try and paralyze you to buy time angle. Sure. Respect. They could just be significantly luckier than me. Yeah. We do at least have Pokemon to build up on our bench. Yep. I mean, I think they're out here is doing something crazy with this, because we're definitely very far ahead at the moment. It's really unfortunate that we're both missing Mew and missing our second Execute in our 14 cards so far. Well, that's guaranteed to be one of the 2 things I just asked for. We are going to Potion here, because 110 means Giovanni with 2 heads clears my Wiggly. Oh, and actually, do I just Sabrina them? I think I just Sabrina them, yeah? Because then we win the game on the spot if they hit tails. I definitely want a Potion. Because if they flip heads, I want them to need to flip more heads after that. But I definitely take the coin flip to end the game on the spot here. Cool. Clean game. All right, 1-0 to start with some wiggly, biggly eggs. Coin Flip Simulator. I think if you're someone who's gonna write that game off as a coin flip simulator, I'm truly baffled why you'd play Pokemon Pocket. Like, you are right, there were multiple points where the coin flip ended the game, but I also had a lot of agency and decisions to make around the flips in that game, and at no point did we butt up to a point where I needed the coin flip or the game was going to end. Like, all card games are a series of coins, and this one has literal coins on the screen, but like, the agency and the skill is making it so you need fewer heads to actually win the game. The number one thing playing Pokemon Pocket has taught me is how bad the average card game player is at understanding all of the implicit coin flips in the regular card games that they play. If anything, I think Pokemon Pocket actually has less coins than the average Magic the Gathering or Marvel Snap game, where you're constantly flipping coins for tech cards or land drops or other things like that. The fact that Pokemon Pocket decks are so small means everything you do is hyper consistent. All right, so we're 1-0 in the tournament with this bad Mamma Jamma. We have 20 minutes till the next round for 14 minutes. I need to run an advert. I'm going to run and fill my water bottle. And when I return, what are we going to be doing? We're going to be playing some more Butterfree Executor as the viewer deck that we're on. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Tap the like button if you're watching the live stream on the YouTube side and enjoying it. Your BRB subs. SJ Rudd, thank you for the 14 months. Appreciate that direct support. Welcome back. All right, for those that haven't watched before, in between tournament rounds, we play different decks, and today we're playing viewer-submitted decks between rounds. We've got a Butterfree Executor pile here, is the one we are playing right now. Execute on the play. Sounds lovely. When deck list submissions are open, there will be a link pinned above the chat. They are tentatively closed for today because I have a few waiting to be played. Not a freebie. Unlucky. You were mid-game and didn't notice Rivals reportedly made $100 million across all platforms in the first month and China servers. Interesting. Is that good for a non-card game free-to-play title? I would have expected them to out-earn Pokemon Pocket in the Pocket's first month, but that's actually less than Pocket did. So we are not currently playing the deck that I showed during the break, Humanella. That was the deck we're playing in the tournament up during the break. And right now we're playing viewer decks between rounds. That's very good for a hero shooter. Cool. Is there ranked in Pokemon TCG Pocket? There's not, and I hope they never add it. Ranked is a huge net negative on games like Pokemon Pocket. It's a miserable, grindy experience that in no way measures skill. And one of the many innovative and wonderful things this game has done is not giving people a ranked ladder to run on. Rivals is more niche than Pocket. I'd be surprised if that's true. Especially in the content space, Rivals content is infinitely more popular than Pocket content. If I potion, I go to 140. I go to 1, they hit me for 120. Yeah, so potion lets me survive a hit from their stage 2 here, so we'll do that. Rivals currently has 275,000 concurrent viewers on Twitch. Yes, a touch more than Pokemon Pocket. The current snapshot I think is unfair. You should really look at like a 30 or 90 day trend. But like Pocket, since it released, has had about 3,000 average viewers on Twitch, and Marvel Rivals, since it released, has averaged 34,000. So it's over 10xing. Do you think that there are decks that do well in random matches compared to the tournament setting? I think random matches are incredibly non-competitive, and you can win with literally anything. I think there's a reason why you see content creators posting, oh my god, I had a 10-0 win streak or a 12-0 win streak with this deck in the random matches, that it's just like an actual pile of trash. Like especially in the best of one setting, there's plenty of variance. Could have leafed out. Executor is still dead here. Yeah, I only Erica'd it so it wouldn't die to poison. Okay. Really wanted to draw our other execute this turn. Yeah, I agree. As someone who, like, buys the battle pass or season pass or, like, multiple, or spends money on a lot of the free-to-play games he plays, Marvel Rivals is literally the first time I'm not buying battle passes in a game that I'm playing regularly. So I just like don't have a desire for cosmetics for random characters I'm never gonna play. I put $5 in to buy a skin for Cloak and Dagger, who I've been playing a bunch, and I probably won't spend any more money than that. Needs 3 energy to attack, yeah. I don't envision Rivals will be something I do much on stream unless sponsored opportunities come up. My type of audience doesn't translate well into a game like Marvel Rivals. Or more of a card game community here. We are dead to Koga plus their other stage 2, which they're about to draw the last card out of their deck here. I believe we're just dead here. I guess I could Erica to buy a turn. Or sorry, Sabrina to buy a turn, I mean. No, that doesn't even buy a turn, right? Because this is already poisoned. But yeah, if I could just let people, because people are always confused when I leave. We can let them play their thing out, but we're deterministically dead here. We'll go ahead and we'll Gust, and then they'll Gas Leak, they'll Evolve, they'll Energy, they'll Koga, they'll clear us. And this is the type of thing you need to be able to do to understand your position in games. Not even just like when you're dead, but being able to like look at your opponent's deck and understanding what their play patterns look like to know what you need to be playing around. Did Rivals add cross progression in the first season? That's one of the other things that's kept me from streaming even a little bit of it, is I don't want to drag a PS5 to my office, and I wouldn't want to play unranked on stream. And all the ranked I've been playing on Marvel Rivals is on my PS5. And I can't transfer any of that to PC right now. All right, we've got 2 minutes till the round in the tournament ends, so there's a chance we'll have to duck out here. But if it runs over, we can play. When in Gnome, thanks for checking out the Candy Crush sponsor and supporting my content with a little bit of your time. Enjoy your gift sub. Appreciate you clearing stage 40. Hey, we got our big egg here. Venusaur Superior is a lot of stage 2 slots. Danger Rex, thanks for the brand new Prime support. Appreciate that. Those direct bits of support are a big part of why this is able to be my job. Thanks for keeping me around. Our round for the tournament is paired. If our opponent checks in, we'll have to leave this game. We'll keep playing in the meantime, in between time. Looks like we're playing against Mankey Marshadow stuff. Good night, Bulbasaur. Do a majority of tournaments do open deck lists? Yeah, it prevents people from cheating and like changing cards in their deck in between games or changing their deck list in between rounds. It also makes it so people like me who are making content and streaming aren't punished for doing so. JRC, thank you for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. The couple of non-open deck list tournaments that have happened, they just make it so you can change your deck every round. And I haven't played those, so I'm not interested in playing that kind of format. That's really the only format you can have if, that red card pretty much did nothing. It's rude to say that red card did nothing, chat, because it very clearly made my 6-card hand better. My hand was completely bricked, and now I have another execute. Don't undersell the red card here, chat. It was actively beneficial for me. Well. Alright, my opponent still hasn't checked in yet, but we're just gonna chill for up to 3 minutes. I don't want to start another one and then leave if they show up, but if they don't check in, we'll obviously play other games in between. Deck list up here on the meantime, in between time. Our deck's actually a little scary for us into the primate build of fighting that a second round opponent is playing. We have a bunch of 50 HP basics that we lead on, and Jigglypuff's sleep doesn't matter if they evolve right away. You need to stream reaching Candy Crush level 4. No, you just need to be someone who hasn't played Candy Crush before, and then install it using my link on Android or iOS, and then play through to level 40 and send me a screenshot. We beat Pikachu in the first round. Interestingly, I actually think Mew's probably one of our better openers in the primate fighting matchup, so that way we could get our evolution set up on the bench so they can't Aerodactyl us out of it too. Erica is unfortunately one of the few traders I don't have a full art of. It is my #1 on my trade list wants with a bullet when trading opens up. You know, we can look at some metagame information here while we're waiting to see if the opponent checks it or not. I feel like I queue into fighting a disproportionate amount of the time, given how low its play rate always is. Like, I feel like I've played against fighting decks 1 or 2 rounds in every tournament I've played recently, and they're just constantly... Like, I haven't played against Mewtwo in, like, my last 10 tournament rounds, and it's, like, constantly 15 to 20% metagame share, and these fighting decks are, like, 5% total. The primate build that we queued into this round is 3, and then the duck is 1.8. So pretty typical spread of the usual suspects: Mewtwo, Gyarados, Pikachu, Celebi, the top 4. There's another variation of Pikachu down here for about 2%, so this is about 10. And then Celebi variations combined are actually more than Gyarados in this tournament, right? We've got 6.3... they're right about the same. 6.3 and 5.7 is about 12. So we're Mewtwo, Gyarados, Celebi, and then Pikachu is 1, 2, 3, 4. I would love to have a 3 to 5 card sideboard in this game. It would make the the gameplay a lot more deep in skill testing in best of 3. Oh, whale! Pull that full art Erica, Jeff. As you command, my liege. As you command. All right, we owe 100 Charizard packs. We have a no-show this round. Opponent has not checked in. All right, well, we're gonna open 100 packs and then we'll play some games. Thank you to our mysterious benefactor. Our first 10 pull. I have 0 full art Ericas. This is my 5th immersive Charizard. Haley opened an immersive Pikachu on her free-to-play account. And anytime I come by and she's opening her pack for the day, if I walk in the room, we have to stop and she has to show me her movie card. She absolutely loves it. Super, super adorable. All right, that's 10 packs. I want to make it clear that opening for specific 2X Pokemon is one of the biggest spews you can do. We need infinite. I have almost no pack points because we spent pack points to get the Arcanine. It's 1,200 for a 2-star, and 100 packs is only 500. This is not financial. No, this is financial advice. Don't open packs trying to get specific 2-stars. It's a spew. You should only open booster packs looking for specific 2-stars if you are willing to spend $200 per 2-star. That's all I'm gonna say. If you are not comfortable spending 200 USD per 2-star card, you should not chase it. You should not spend money to chase it, I should say. What is a spew? A spew is another word for a waste. All right, there's 20 packs down. Oh gosh, I'm gonna have to put more money in the machine soon. We're almost out of gold. How much do you anticipate spending for the upcoming set? It's about 100 USD per booster pack to finish the booster packs with average variance. So I expect to spend about 300 to complete a set about the size of Genetic Apex. Yeah, when you're set complete, it's mostly chaff in these. That's 30 packs. Although I will say I am definitely guilty of ripping 10 pulls and then occasionally getting the 2-star I'm looking for, and that's a high. All right, start of 40 packs. Come on, Erica. Are you gonna open the next set on stream? Probably not. It takes Opening the packs on stream just takes a long time, and I'd like to be able to figure out what decks I'm going to play the first day in advance, because I won't have everything. I don't know, it depends. I don't... I'm not big on huge on pack opening content. Maybe we'll see. This is 11,000 cards. 11,000 cards. All right, 50 packs. Hit me, dealer. What you are currently witnessing is how Pokemon Pocket out-earned Marvel Rivals. Rivals or Snap? No, it's definitely out-earned Snap. It out-earned Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals' first month was 136 million. Pokemon Pocket's first month was 200 million. So, not a bad number for Rivals, but still less than the King. I totally didn't spend pack points on one of these. Was there another big one at the back? There might be another big one at the back here. Cool, lovely. That Starmie full art should be good trade fodder. It's a highly desirable card. Sweet piece of art. Packs are about a dollar each. Rasher. All right, 60 packs. All right, we're gonna pedal until we're through opening the 100 packs, and then I think we'll be done for the morning. Two-star Starmie is stellar. I just already have two of them. Do you ever normal Erica's flared? I do. Maybe we'll flare one of our Starmie EXs. That's the real whale bait. I've got my Blastoise EX 2 stars flared. Poor Kangaskhan was the victim of power creep. All right, 80 packs. Kangaskhan was easily the most power crept card out of the Mythical Island expansion. Poor mama don't show up anywhere no more. I've opened 2 God Packs lifetime, both Mythical Island. And even with opening 2 Mythical Island expansion God Packs, I've opened 0 full art Leafs organically and had to pay 1250 pack points for each of them. Unlucky. What rarity shows the Puffalite when you open the pack? Any full art, any of the star rares. What triggered this pack bonanza? A big donation after I mentioned I was missing full art Erica. All right, 20 more packs, gamers. There was one boop in there. Couple more minutes of pedaling while the pack's open. My legs are tired. Cardio minutes are the longest minutes known to man. Ooh. I think that's new. Yeah, I was missing that one, gamers. That's exciting. I don't know that I like that more than the Moltres I have flared, but we get to fill one into the decks here, which is nice. So I'm still missing a few. I don't have, yeah, I'm missing 6, and some of them are triggers. So I'm missing, I think these 3 are some combination of Erica, Surge, and Brock. And then one of these is a Gengar and a Venu. I don't remember what this one is. No, when you see me bouncing up and down, I'm not dancing or vibing. We're getting some cardio in. We've got three small children. It's not a lot of time outside of work. No, I have one of the full art Gengars. I have both Wigglies. I have 2 of one and 1 of the other. What's my total cards open? Oh, we just crossed 11,000. Alas, no Erica. Fortunate to hit the Moltres, though. We didn't have any of those. For people who are new and haven't seen me pull it up before. This is what you see me bouncing up and down on. Overweight white man and adorable toddler sold separately. Another one, keep pedaling monkey. All right, well, they're gonna cut us off eventually here. Let's see how many we get through before. There is a cap. Let's see if we can crack the Erica before the cap. Keep pedaling. Yeah, the limit is 120. Yeah, but we had a bunch of hourglasses to start. Yeah, I lost about 55 pounds in 2024. Very, very close to my target weight. Another 10 pounds and I'll weigh the same thing I weighed when my wife and I got married. Over a decade ago. That's where we're aiming for eventually. How far do you pedal in a day? I don't do a specific distance, so much as I just try to do a certain amount of time. Usually I try and pedal for an hour and a half when I'm live for 5 to 6 hours. $55 pounds just pedaling. No, exercise has very little to do with weight loss. Weight loss is 100% diet, and anybody who tells you otherwise is either an idiot or trying to sell you something. And either way, you should be cautious about listening to them. It is all about calories in, calories out. You just gotta make sure you approach that calorie deficit in a healthy way. If you're not sure how to do that, consult a doctor or a dietitian. But you need to just be eating fewer calories than you burn in a day to lose weight. There's a lot of non-full art Ericas, there are. I did just a few very simple things to drop my weight in 2024. I stopped drinking calories. I stopped eating my entire portion at restaurant meals. The average American restaurant meal is 2 to 3 times the amount of calories you should eat in a sitting. And then here's the really top tier secret, chat. It's a double secret for parents looking to lose weight. When you're tired or when you're hungry at 11 o'clock at night, don't eat another meal, go to bed. None of us sleep enough. And people who are tired tend to overeat more. Consuming a 4th meal's worth of calories at 10 to 11 o'clock at night will get you every time. It's so good, though. It is. You're not wrong. It's all about self-control, though. Oh, man. I was not ready for more packs worth of pedaling, chat. So many packs worth of pedaling. It's for the kids, it is. All right, are they cutting us off yet? They've cut us off. All right, how many packs did we open? I had 130 points to start. So we added 650. 650 divided by 5. We opened 130 packs, so I owe 70 packs tomorrow. When they let us open packs again. And then we should be close enough to be able to get an Erica with pack points. All right, let's play a couple more games with the Butterfree Executor deck, and then it'll be time for the next tournament round here in about 15 minutes. Oh, does that mean we get a weekend stream? No, I'm not going to be live tomorrow. My weekends are packed. In fact, I was just trying to coordinate with a friend of mine when we could get our families together to play some board games. And I had like one free Sunday or Saturday over the course of like the next 8 weeks. Just like doing actual calculus, trying to figure out when people can get together. We are currently 2-0 in the tournament with a little bit of an asterisk. Our second round opponent didn't show up. We beat Pikachu in the first round. Next tournament round is up in 13 minutes. Well, that's rude. Joke's on you, I didn't have an Executor anyways, gamer. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. My little Twitch tracker here says we've had almost 50 new followers. I'm sure we've had some new subs on the YouTube side as well. If you're someone stopping by for the first time and you enjoy the vibes of the channel, be sure to tap that follow button on Twitch or subscription on YouTube and come back again. You'll find me, as I mentioned, I'm very busy on the weekends, but you'll find me here streaming a normal work day, Monday through Friday during the week. I'm very fortunate enough to be able to call this my full-time job. So you'll see me here putting in full-time hours for it. We're always playing a lot of off-meta decks, looking to build and optimize things. We always try and play them in tournaments that line up with the live schedule whenever possible, because that's a much more competitive setting to jam things in, rather than just random matches in the queue. If you're not familiar with me, my name is Jeff Hoagland. I've been streaming on Twitch for what feels like an eternity. Over a decade now. Did a lot of Magic the Gathering and Marvel Snap and other turn-based and strategy games before finding Pokemon Pocket and falling absolutely in love with it. In a former life, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. You'll find my content tends to be a little educationally slanted, always trying to improve and figure out what we can do better while gaming. Dark Frost, thanks for that brand new Prime. Folks like Dark Frost are a big part of why this is able to be my job. If you're someone that subscribes to Amazon Prime, you get a free Prime sub every month here on Twitch. Consider sending it my way. It takes a couple of bucks from Jeffrey Bezos and puts them into my pocket. Lord knows he's got more than enough money. Think of it as a Jeff to Jeff wealth transfer. Moving forward, regular gamers, you will no longer have to wonder when we're playing a tournament round, because there will be a little banner up. So, it does not say tournament round on the screen. We are playing games in between. I used to watch you back when you played Modern Elves. That's a throwback. Yeah, the opponent, speaking of learning from our mistakes, the opponent getting a valuable lesson about Mewtwo and Mew. They definitely needed to not just... I love that this card just, like, punishes people who want to turn their brains off and just slam. Are you considering adding a scoreboard for tournament games? On the Twitch side, you can type !current run in chat to get a link to my current standing in the existing tournament. Which I think is better and more useful than putting it on the overlay. It'll give you the deck list I'm playing in the tournament as well that way. Am I building a Butterfree to be able to attack? I think I am. Sounds fun. Give us some flexibility here. Zengrief, thank you for the 57 months. I appreciate the almost 5 years of support. That's a long time. Cast Form coming out with the brand new primer. Appreciate it. You know, shuffle around these Mews to soak some damage up. Probably their best line. Thank you for reminding me to take money from Bezos. Yeah, I need to make a point to do that more frequently. Wow, Budding Expeditioner. They're going to buy infinite time here. Need our one copy of Tauros to clean these Mews out, huh? Shame it's in the bin. That's fine. I believe our egg boy plus Metapod and Butterfree and Erica. We're gonna persevere here. In order to get full access to my Discord server, you need to link your YouTube member or Twitch sub account, and then the permissions will pop up automatically for you. Opponent's not giving up. I mean, they have the tools to stall a bunch of time here, and when they get their other Mewtwo out, they can threaten to clear my Executor. So I don't think this game's over at all by any means. They're literal bottom card Mewtwo here though. Yeah, Giovanni plus Mewtwo clears my Executor in one. If I don't find my other egg here, they can also Sabrina with Mewtwo to clear the back. Oh my goodness. Rip. What's my favorite egg combination? I don't know, actually. There's so many ways to play this card. Oh, I could have won with the Butterfree. We're talking and clicking. That was the benefit to building the Butterfree up too. Oh my gosh, this also won? That's fine. We're saving brain power for the non-tournament games. Do they not have another Mewtwo? If they don't have another Mewtwo, it doesn't matter. They must only have one Mewtwo, huh? This is one of the reasons why I don't split my time reading chat when we're playing tournament rounds. I just ask that you behave. Dividing your attention while playing is not great for winning games. With the second Executor and the Butterfree, I don't think we can lose this game. We just like have infinite healing install. That's true too. It's easier to slip up when you're like, all right, this game's on autopilot. We can't lose. Ark! Thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate that. All right, time to make like a tree and get on out of here. At least our Butterfree got to kind of do something in the last game. Butterfree's definitely too cute for this deck. The Executor Mew Tauros score is solid. Butterfree does not add much value here. They can shuffle around to their Gardevoir here, but I assume they don't have enough time to do anything meaningful. All right, we're going to take a brief pause for the cause to let some adverts roll. There are 3 minutes until the next round of the tournament. We're going to spend 2 of them rolling ads on Twitch. We are playing Executor Wigglytuff in the tournament. Throw that one up on screen. We can chat about it while we're waiting for our non-subscribed friends to experience capitalism. We'll see you in 120 seconds. If you're watching on the YouTube side, consider tapping the like button on the live stream. Free a little bit of engagement, help the content reach some more people. I like a lot of the details in this list. I'm not sure if only one Wiggly EX is right, but I do like the one Baby Wiggly for sure. Leaf is such a quality upgrade from last season. Letting your Wigglies retreat for free and letting Executor EX get out in time is nice. Woo, after all that battle in chat. We are a little sore and tired. I wonder what the workout routine is tonight. Hopefully not legs. Narrator, it's always legs. Do I want to know? Maybe I'm happier not knowing until I get there. It's deadlift day. That's my least favorite. Can't smell legs without eggs. That's true, you know. Just the facts. I don't think I can be sold on 5 spaces for Wiggly. You use 2 for Tauros. Yeah, Wiggly's a lot better against like Gyarados and Charizard though. And Mew covers Charizard a little bit, but it does not cover your Gyarados matchup. What workouts are you doing? One of my buddies is a fan of the Chico lifting program, so we do that 2 to 3 days a week. It's a mix of deadlift, bench, and squats. All right. Theoretically, this round is up in 14 seconds. I think we're just gonna chill until we get a match here. pretty quick. Pretty nice spread our meta games today. The big four are all in the 10 to 15% range, and a good spread of other things. Charizard's been creeping up this week. It's been like 7 to 10% of a lot of these tournaments as a fifth more popular deck. Starmie Gyarados having a real bad time in the first couple. Poor Melmetal enjoyers, I feel for you. There's us, gamers. We're the Executor Wiggly deck. Chat out Oba Greninja. I saw the clickbait on that one today. Is anybody playing it here? No, Oba Star Gamer's playing it. All the chat out decks have been really terrible so far, and I'd be really surprised if that changes anytime soon. You brought me lunch. Thank you, toddler girl.
I wanted to because I wanted to tell you something.
What'd you want to tell me?
Hugging kiss.
You wanted a hug? Okay.
And I want to bring you a kiss.
Oh, okay. Love you, toddler girl. Thank you for bringing my lunch down. Good spread of things here. Toddler is home from daycare today. So the roads were covered in ice and snow. Can you build a Dragonite deck? The least bad version of Dragonite can be found in my latest Dex tier list, but it's D tier for a reason and it's really not good. Yeah, Dragonite Mew Drudagon is the least bad way to play Dragonite, but it's still not great. Man, Charcanine eating people's lunch in these first two rounds. 17-4. That's wild. I'm sure that one will come back down to earth a little bit once we play some more. Farfetch Gamer, it's a strong start here too, 7-3. Is Arcanine still a breeder? I think Arcanine's a solid card in general. That's good against Pikachu and Celebi. All right, we've got an opponent. Oh, we've got a pairing. Let's see if we have an opponent. We haven't played against Mewtwo in a while either. A Mewtwo opponent this round. Pretty stock build. It's checked in. Let's play some Pokemon. As is always the case, we're looking to chat a little bit less during the games. Please behave. Otherwise, the mods will bonk you. Pretty stock Mewtwo deck list for our opponent this round. 9 Pokemon with 1 Mew EX. Their utility cards notably have no X speed, no red card. They have 1 Giovanni, 2 Leaf, 2 Sabrina, 1 Mythical Slab. Execute with no Executor to start's a little bit scary, because if they lead Mewtwo, they could scramble our egg on turn 2. But if we find the Executor, it's pretty big upside to lead on this. That out and pass the turn. So the question here is, without the Executor, do I lose this egg to them having X speed or them having Leaf into the Mewtwo? Or do I put an energy here and start building this up? I could also X speed and then Jigglypuff and sleep this, but then be 50% to lose that still too. I think I'm gonna do this and just hope that they don't have it. I'm gonna play the Jigglypuff out on the bench, so if they do have it, I can put this up and try and sleep the Mewtwo for a turn or two. That was a great draw, and they didn't have the Leaf. Definitely going to put this energy up here. Crunch. If they have their 1 copy of Giovanni to match my 1 copy of Leaf, we're going to be in trouble. Or my 1 copy of Erica, I should say. Them having first energy advantage and having Gardevoir on curve and us missing Executor. There's a lot of things to overcome. They threw a lot of their deck. Copy of Geo is likely. Just in here. They have the second Mewtwo as well. One of those 4 things to go differently. Needed them to either not have the Geo, not have the Gardevoir, not have the second Mewtwo, or us to have the Executor to start, so we can pressure them sooner. On to the next one. I guess if they didn't have first energy advantage, it might have also been okay. Pretty awkward hand for us. We really want an Executor, but we also need more basics. Alright, step one. Gosh, their slabs just always hit. That was probably the best series of draws in our deck. I need to hit one more basic here so they can't Sabrina up the Mew. But if we find another basic next turn, we should be in a very good spot, because getting this first knockout point here means they can't send up the Mewtwo and let it get cleared by the Mew afterwards. They don't have any copies of blue in their deck to prevent against that. And even while they're maneuvering to set up for that, they miss their stage 1, and their Mewtwo's pretty far off of attacking, and the Executor is just going to be beating them down. So, awkward hand to start, but our first 2 draws were absolute bangers here. We draw a basic, I think we hit can't lose position, or if they miss on the Krillia for one more turn, I think we're also good. But if we brick on the basic and they have Krillia, we lose to Sabrina Gardevoir. We bricked, but so did they. They're gonna need to... I expect we're gonna see Leaf retreat here. Basic is lovely. So now they need to knock our Executor AX out without putting up Mewtwo, which is gonna be challenging here for them. They do have 2 copies of Sabrina, so we could see them tempo us into the Execute. So ideally, we'd like to draw Executor at some point, but that's fine. This is a Wiggly. Jiggly. Wiggly's in my hand. Them out pretty nicely there. Right, on to game 3. First energy advantage is nice. Putting hand's okay. Jiggly's not an ideal lead, but we've got an X speed to fix it. We've got a Professor's Research, which is hard to be too upset about. also have research. And a slab. Can their slab miss for the first time ever? No, never. They could have a Mewtwo and just not be playing it because they don't have an energy to play this turn. For a baby egg and a big egg. That could be one of the two things I wanted for Christmas. I guess Mew's not terrible either. We just don't want another Jigglypuff here. In a perfect world. Allow me to sing you the song of my people. Like any of our 3 egg trees here. We have 1 research and 3 trees to draw. One in 3 to be Mew would be ideal. The problem here is if they wake up, they can clear either of my 50 pointers. Feel like I need to build Mew up. Is this crazy? This might be crazy. The problem with this line is if they have Gardevoir, they can build Mew EX to attack next turn and sleep my Wiggly. I need an Executor here is what I need. Ask and you shall receive, I suppose. This is one of their 2 copies of Sabrina. So they can clear us with Mewtwo here if they want. But I suppose they can just try and flip heads with Wiggly. Or with the Mew. This is the big punish for my line. Yeah, fuck me. I think we're dead. If there's anything we can do. Needed to not evolve into the Wiggly. Perma Sleep doesn't do anything. You gotta think through that Following turns, we're just unlocked. Even if I woke up that turn, I think we're in a bad spot. We would have switched into the Executor and attacked with that. And then, like, I guess maybe the Executor goes toe-to-toe with the Mew, but with the two Gardevoir set up, they just have so much damage to get through. I would have needed to wake up that turn, put the Executor up, go toe-to-toe with a couple of coin flips, and then draw another Executor as well. But sometimes two pretty unfortunate games. I think putting the energy on the Wiggly instead of the Mew lost us the game instantaneously on the spot because it meant that they could just put their Mewtwo up and start side driving us every turn. You have to put 2 energy on your Mew, so that way they can't put their Mewtwo up and just start clearing you. Yeah, double Gardevoir early. It's just good beats for the opponent. I could have maybe... The only agency I had that game with the draw that I had into what they had going on is I could have not evolved my Jigglypuff the turn I evolved it. I could have just hoped that they slept. I could have just hoped that they slept it and then, or stayed asleep and then got energies on the Mew over the course of the turn. Yeah, I agree, Papa. All right, so we got 20 minutes until the next round. As our next viewer deck request will be playing between rounds. We have a request to play some Aerodactyl EX. What is it? Aerodactyl EX and Hitmonlee. Dealer's choice on the rest. Well, dealer's choice on the rest. We might play some more Executor. I've been on an Executor kick lately. So we played some games with this on stream the other day, and it's put up a couple of tournament results. I almost played this one this morning, but I hadn't played Wigglytuff yet, and I had been meaning to play Wigglytuff. So I think I will play this for the Aerodactyl Hitmonlee submission. This core is solid. Any other fossils even remotely playable? Depends on how much you're trying to clickbait people on YouTube. But no, there are no decks that have posted any competitive results really. At least not consistently. Playing Omastar or Kabutops. Kabutops spiked a couple of events here and there, but nothing that's a shell that's like performing consistently. Marble Trace. All right. Average Moltres gaming, really? Do I want another Old Amber? I think the answer is no. I don't have the Aerodactyl queued up yet, and this could be like Hitmonlee plus Egg, potentially. I would like to start doing damages. Our Egg's next turn to put this grass energy on. I think Kabutops has a similar problem to a lot of cards like Venusaur and, what's another one? What's the new Psychic Dork that we were playing earlier today? Where just like things that help you sustain aren't very good in formats where Mewtwo is side driving you and Gyarados is dealing 140 and Charizard is dealing 200. Like in a different metagame where there's like a lot of small attackers. Like those cards are good against decks like what we're playing right now that are doing a bunch of like 30 to 80 chip shots. But if you look at like what the good decks and the common meta decks in the format are doing, they're all hitting you with single big blasts, so playing small amounts of sustain is just not serviceable into them. Especially when there's something like a Kabutops that's inconsistent to set up to begin with. When deck submissions are open, there will be a link pinned above the chat to make a request. So I already have one more queued up after this. We'll probably end up taking more past that. It depends on what our time looks like, so we're playing in between tournament rounds. Our opponent DC. They DC'd. The reconnect timer in this game is very, very long. Like an ample opportunity. I've waited this long, I must be almost done, yes. Assuredly. Stage 2 fossils are the hardest Pokemon to get on the field when you think about it. Yeah, because you can't Pokeball or open on the fossil as your starter. It's definitely the case. I'm gonna be really disappointed if they don't increase the account level cap with the new set at the end of the month. It's wild that it's capped at 50, it's so low. It's very sad that I don't get my 15 points of experience when we do stuff. Is grass energy supposed to be there? Yeah, there's 3 executors in our deck. I just didn't draw any that game. Was hiding in our hand the whole time. Finest eggs, please. Oh, this is guaranteed to be an egg, actually, right? Because I only have 4 basics in this deck. Nailed it. We submit a deck. Should we send in 20 cards or is it concept/idea? Whatever floats your boat. Take both. In general, I prefer the loose concept because it gives me more freedom to fill in the details. I tend to have a little bit better head for those type of details than people who are playing a bit less than me. Play a lot of pocket. One game-ending coin flip, please, Executor. Good night. Sleep tight. I'll see you and good day. Oh my goodness, did we have someone else just DC on us again? Oh, man.
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
I'm so glad this game doesn't have emotes. And definitely not a chat. People would just be so bitter constantly. All right, I'm gonna take, we gotta roll some ads so they don't happen in the middle of the game that we're playing. We have about 8 minutes till the round, so we'll probably have time for an ad break and then still play one more with this. See if we can avoid the sodium. I'll throw it up on the screen here. I think this deck list is super solid. Executor is sweet, and then Hitmonlee helps cover some of your bad matchups like Gyarados. It's had a couple of tournament finishes. Emotes would be awesome. Nope. Please don't. Or if they do, give me an option to completely opt out of them. I do not need my opponent spamming cartoons in front of me when they get mad. Or when they get lucky. People that like emotes are telling on themselves, yeah, I genuinely, I feel the same. You're like, Jeff, I love emotes. I'm like, yep, that tells me a lot about you. You played Clash Royale. I did like a hour or two sponsored thing for Clash Royale at some point. But other than it being like a pseudo real-time card game, I'm not sure I can tell you a lot about it. Oh, play no work. Thanks for helping me work while I play. I appreciate the Prime support. It seems like most decks are 10 Pokemon and 10 others. So the thing you want to think about when building a deck isn't strictly the number of Pokemon and this number of trainers. You want to think about how many basics you're playing, and then how many total Pokemon you want to play fills in around which basics you're selecting. So generally speaking, 5 basics is the lowest amount you want to play. Oftentimes 6 or more is good. And then how many trainers you have room for fills in based on how many evolutions the basics you're playing need to have. In this deck, for example, the fossils here kind of count as 2 of our basics. So we have 6 basics in this build plus the 2 Pokeballs is pretty common. I'm not a huge fan of card game style games like Clash where you can upgrade the power level of your cards. A lot of people complain about games like Marvel Snap and Pokemon Pocket being pay to win, but games where you can literally spend money to get your cards powered up faster, like those cross into a whole new realm of that. I would describe games like Pocket and Marvel Snap as pay to compete, as opposed to pay to win. Generally speaking, you need only 1 loss to make the top cut in a tournament that you're playing. So we can't lose again, I believe, is the thing from here. What's the top cut? This is top 16. Yeah, so 1 loss and out, or 2 losses and out. Round timing on this one's a little unfortunate because there's another tournament at 1 o'clock I could jump in, but I think at 2 and 1 I stick around in this one. McVoid, thank you for the entire year. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Yeah, games like Pocket and Marvel Snap are more like pay to skip waiting as opposed to pay to make your card strictly better. Leaping out here. All right, I need to draw Leaf. Leaf into Hitmonlee would have gotten us across the finish line. Well then. This energy here, so that way if we draw Leaf, we can get Aerodactyl up and attack next turn. So this game is over then, probably, right? We have Aerodactyl, we Leaf back into it, we crunch this, the Magikarp goes to the active spot and it can no longer evolve. I genuinely can't tell if people just don't get it, but someone in a Pokemon Pocket stream unironically telling me that Marvel Snap releases too many cards is one of the biggest eye rolls people are stupid moments I've ever experienced. Because, like, objectively, Marvel Snap has the slowest card release cycle of any digital card game in existence, basically. In fact, we can go so far as to say that when Pokemon Pocket releases its second big set here at the end of January, it's going to have more cards than Marvel Snap, which has been out for almost 3 years now. Marvel Snap releases like 60 cards a year or so. Pokemon Pocket just released 60 cards in their mini set. They're about to release probably another 200 in their set at the end of the month. One of the things that makes Marvel Snap's economy unique is that they don't release bad pack filler cards. Most cards in Marvel Snap are intended to be functional, useful game pieces, whereas like in Pokemon, you look at like the first set and like a third to half of the cards in that set are not competitive playable game pieces. I'm gonna be honest. One of my favorite things about not making Marvel Snap content is not having to constantly hear people talk about things and make statements that just don't make sense like that. The level of base understanding surrounding Marvel Snap's economic systems is incredibly low. They're very different than the traditional booster pack style games that like Pocket and Hearthstone and Magic Arena use, so people just don't understand them remotely, and they just choose to lie and make stuff up about it because they don't understand it. I'll never understand people's willingness to go online or other places and just like say stuff that's wrong rather than be like, I don't know, and keep quiet. We may or may not have time to finish this game. The next tournament round pairs in 15 seconds, so if our opponent checks in right away, we'll have to jump over to that. Right, round paired right away. Let's see if we get a check-in. Our opponent's playing Golem Aerodactyl with no other stall. It's an interesting choice. Our Executor should be pretty solid here. What I meant to say was, I could not get every card in Marvel Snap as a free-to-play. Yes, that's by design. I would be shocked if Pokemon Pocket allows you to get every card in its game completely free-to-play. Usually these systems are explicitly designed in a way that free-to-play players cannot get every card. I haven't sat down to run all of the numbers yet, but something I'm going to do over the weekend for a video next week is breaking down the details of the pocket economy, free to play, pass buyer, and not, and compare what amount of cards you can expect to get if they continue at the given release cycle of big set, small set, and talk about how important trading will be. One of the things to understand about Pokemon Pocket's economy that a lot of people don't talk about enough with it is that you can make an assumption that people have average variance when you do their calculations. But eventually, you're not going to run average on one of the sets. And when you low roll and don't open particular EXs or 3-stars that you want, if trading doesn't let you fill in the gaps, it's incredibly expensive to get missing cards in Pokemon Pocket. It costs $100 worth of pack points to get an EX that you're missing. So the details on trading definitely are going to make or break. Definitely going to make or break the economy in this game when people eventually low roll. The pocket economy feels healthy to me. Yeah, the pocket economy feels healthy because it's brand new and you're in on the ground floor. I want you to imagine Pocket's current economy 2 years from now with 8 big sets and 8 mini sets. Imagine you're a new player joining Pokemon Pocket and there's 8 big sets and 8 mini sets. Because that's like the equivalent of like where Marvel Snap is at, right? Like Marvel Snap's economy is a disaster in a lot of ways, but part of that is because there's so many cards in it now, right? Like they've built up. My opponent doesn't know how to enter a code. Apologies, we're taking a minute. I tell people to let me know when searching, and like, I don't know, a third of the time they don't actually say they're searching. They just push the button and expect you to read their mind, and then you don't get connected. Yeah, but like the Celebi deck's a good example, Gap, right? Like the Celebi deck isn't self-contained. The builds without Executor EX are really mediocre. So you need the Executor and the Celebi and the Superior, and then you also need an EX from another pack. And as we get more sets, it's going to be more frequent that you need EXs from multiple packs. My opponent is apparently never going to tell me when they're searching. Yeah, okay. I pushed the button and they were in. Got it. All right. As always, I'm not really going to be looking at chat while we play. Please behave or the mods will bonk you. We are playing against a Golem brew this round, playing only the Golem stages plus Aerodactyl EX as their only Pokemon. So they are guaranteed to open Geodude every game. They have 2 Old Amber and then 2 Aerodactyl EX as their other pokes. Mew's actually not terrible when it comes to playing into the opponent's deck. I really wanted an Execute though. Geodude lines up really well into Wiggly. They have 2 copies of Giovanni here as well, so I actually need to play the Mew out, or they could clear me this turn. No egg here to start is really unfortunate for us. This is weak to grass and has a hard time if we have that to start, but leading on Jiggly is not ideal. I didn't have Geo at least, so we've got that going for us. sleeping here doesn't accomplish anything because evolving clear status conditions, so I'm just gonna take the knockout here. If they have the full 4-card combo on curve, we're gonna be in trouble because our draw is bad. I have one copy of Sabrina in their deck. So I'm dead to Giovanni, and I'm dead to Golem Sabrina. And they have 2 Giovanni and 1 Sabrina here. I'm dead to Giovanni Golem and Giovanni Sabrina. So likely dead here the way this worked out. Maybe they don't have their Golem. They're only 11 cards into their deck. Oh my goodness. Sweet. I thought our draw was bad. Turns out theirs is worse. What a game. We have weakness, so they die. Or play more basics, gamers. Yep. This game's gonna have a very different texture than the last one. Giddy up, cowboy. They only have 1 Pokeball in their deck because they only have 2 Geodudes as basics, plus the old Ambers. If they have the Aerodactyl here, we'll play a game. No Aerodactyl's real good for us. good draw. I guess we need a heads to clear this either way, but that'll do. That'll do, pig. Jesus, Madden, thank you for the brand new primer. I appreciate that. Fast egg tree here. Should just chew them up and spit them out. The last game was only close because our draw was super awkward. Jeff T1, thank you for the brand new prime. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to Sabrina them to clear the back Geodude here. And I'm actually going to go ahead and evolve this Execute, so that way if they have their one of Sabrina, they can't get a free knockout point next turn. So their Golem plan is done. I guess there's a world where we flip enough tails that we could lose this here. Maybe I'm supposed to have marked damage on the Aerodactyl. That Sabrina might have been wrong if I don't draw my Erica. Oh, you know what? Putting the Jigglypuff out means we lose to Sabrina if they take this knockout. Alright, I got a little sloppy. We're gonna make some moves to make up for it. If they Sabrina us this turn now, we just put the Jigglypuff up and let them take the knockout, and they only have one Sabrina, so that'll be fine. Yeah, I think I shouldn't have killed the Geodude. In my brain, I was like, I want to cut them off of the Golem line, but it would have taken them so long to set up Golem while setting up Aerodactyl that I should have just put damage on their EX. Okay, and with them bricking there and the Mew insulating us against Sabrina, we should be done at this point. They have no potions. And no blues, so with the Wigglytuff in hand, we have 80 ball guaranteed next turn. Oh, I need to evolve this turn. Oh, shoot. You're totally right, I did. Alright, well. All the slops. That's fine. We'll put the Mew up and we'll evolve and we'll just draw Leaf. I tried really hard to lose this game. Thankfully, our deck is correct into this matchup. This game was a good example of just because you win doesn't mean you didn't make any mistakes. There were like 3 key mistakes here. Managed to click on the right card with Sabrina though. Coolio. Up to 3-1. That'll be a set of games that will make the highlight if there is one. The first game was awkward. The second game was embarrassing for me. that'll be a live stream exclusive. Hey, I appreciate the offer to help with the tournament stuff, but I think we're covered. My wife's managed tournaments for us in the past. We've done them for Magic, and I've got at least one other person that's gonna help us head judge. Yeah, sure, go back to playing some of the, there's more of the Aerodactyl Eggs deck between rounds here as our viewer submission. Appreciate everybody chilling. I'm planning to put signups for the tournament up on Friday next week, a week from today. Of people chasing friend codes looking for particular full arts that they're looking for. Jesus, yeah, you should message me so I can edge you later. I'm not gonna do it midstream, but I'd love to edge you after, get a shot at it. Yes, the top 16 cut will be people who are undefeated or have one loss is how it should work out, JLP. So if we take a second loss, we are done in the tournament. But with one loss, we are live. Generally, top cuts are structured in a way where the tournament's basically double elimination. Sometimes people will sneak in with 2 losses, but not usually. In fact, one of the things I plan to do with the Hoaglandia tournament is that I think we're gonna do an asymmetrical top cut, where just everybody who's X and 1 makes the top cut guaranteed, and we'll just have a flexible amount in the top cut based on how many X1s we have. And we'll square it with buys in the first round, with the buys going to people at the top first, so the undefeated basically get a buy the first round of single elim. I think is one of the most fair ways to structure that type of thing, so there's no tiebreaker nonsense making people feel bad. It'll let people know, like, you take your second loss, you're definitely done unless you want to keep playing for fun. You should track your win-loss record when pedaling versus not pedaling, LOL. We're going to be running our first tournament in partnership with Spraggles. Is going to be joining me for broadcast on February 1st. We'll have signups open for it at the end of next week. I'm still firming up what my sponsor prizes are from places, but I've got at least one sponsor package secured plus some cash. I think I've got a second sponsor that's going to put some stuff up as well. We'll be playing for a mix of product plus some dollar dues. Yeah, Spraggles was in the LA Fire evac zone. I chatted with him on Discord. He says he and his family are safe, just a little chaotic, so hopefully it stays that way for him. Yes, February 1st should be after the next set releases, which is intentional. Whenever we ran tournaments for Magic, we always did them right after an expansion drop, so I think that's the most fun time in card games when things are fresh and new. Got eggs, we've got an Aerodactyl, we've got both colors of energy. What a stellar opener for us. Will I play in my tournament? No, I'm going to be doing broadcast coverage, so the only requirement for playing in the tournament is that you're going to have to be in a Discord server, and upon request, you're going to have to share your screen for tournament coverage. And if we ask you to share your screen and you are unable to or refuse to, you will be dropped from the event. So it's going to be your responsibility as a competitor to make sure you have hardware and a stable internet connection that can screen share. Because there's no spectator mode for this, and the reason we're going to go through the work to put on a tournament is to have tournament coverage. That work on mobile? Yes, both Android and iOS can screen share to Discord from mobile, but it takes a little bit more bandwidth and it takes a little bit more hardware power. So if you have older hardware, you should confirm that it's powerful enough to share. Yeah, if you're playing on PC, you can share from an emulator too. That's perfectly fine. And if you're not sure and you want to play, if you meet that requirement, you can test your ability to screen share in any Discord server. Just hop in a Discord server, one of their shared channels, and then share your screen and have one of your friends take a look and see if it's reasonable and stable for you. Yes, you'll be required to have your phone in Do Not Disturb mode too. It's a good reminder to put that in the rules. Trying to avoid sexy singles on stream. Ah, opponent. You've activated my trap card. Welcome. Welcome to the dome for it thunders. Thunder before the lightning. Thunder. Whoa, whoa. When the flavor text is active, this is the long pause of a gamer who can't figure out why they can't retreat. That was the pause of a gamer trying to figure out some game rules. I would like to Erica this Executor so that way Pidgeot EX doesn't clear it in 1. We're currently doing 120. That heads is stellar. How many times am I gonna have to teach you this lesson, old man? Once, twice, thrice. What you thinking? Is it going to be a one-day tournament? It will be a one-day tournament. So my plan for the structure is that we're gonna cap the tournament at 2,048 competitors, which we might realistically hit because it'll be a free entry tournament with good prizes. And we're gonna play 7 rounds of Swiss regardless of the number of people in the tournament. And if we hit the maximum amount of competitors, that'll give us 128 players who go 6-1 or better, which will give us 7 rounds of single elim after 7 rounds of Swiss. And if we assume the tournament rounds are about 40 minutes each, that puts us at like 8 to 10 hours for the full day if you play start to finish and you're in the finals. Last time Hoaglandia Opens were a thing, they were time and cost prohibitive. Something changed on that front. Pokemon Pocket has an incredibly popular grassroots tournament scene, so I am certainly going to have to spend a little bit to put up prize money and like pay staff and stuff. Thankfully, Spriggles and I are going to be splitting that since we're putting it on together. But it might not be worthwhile for me to run tournaments, but I feel like with all the interest in tournaments around Pocket, it's worth trying to see what the content does for it. Sign-ups will be open next Friday. And it's going to be on February 1st if you want to save the date. 10 a.m. Central start. Spraglandia open. I haven't decided what we're doing with the branding yet. It's another thing I have to figure out over the next week. We might just be lazy and call it the Spraggles Hoglandia open. Or Hoglandia Spraggles open. I mean, their red card was very good here. I'll never know that, but it did make me sad. That's fine. We'll just draw Professor's Research. It'll be great. Blind squirrels, etc., etc. Yeah, these are the red cards that you remember that makes people want to play it, right? These are the ones that have that strong negative emotional bias. That's fine. We probably shouldn't queue this one. I need to hit an admiral anyways. I need to use the bathroom, so we'll bounce. Give this LB player their 15 XP. All right, next tournament round starts in 7 minutes, so we probably have time to roll an ad and play one more after I get back from the restroom. Watch it on the YouTube side, consider tap the like button. We're 3-1 in our tournament run today. We're playing Wiggly Eggs in the tournament. We're playing some of this between rounds. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're looking for the current tournament run, you can type !current run on the Twitch side and get the current deck list and our status. Catch you in a minute, gamers. Really not have a baby egg flare. I don't like any of the border effect flares. That one has a finish flare on it. I forget what the border effect flares were, but I was unimpressed with them. No, we're explicitly having it after the new set so it can have the new cards. 5 minutes till the round pops. Yeah, emulators are the exact same as playing on a mobile device, Michael. There's no input advantage in a card game. Lovely set of ladies. All right, Misty, be gentle, please. With second fighting energy here, this Giovanni's gonna hurt, but I think I need to risk the growth spurt rather than evolving right away so we can attack next turn. On to the next. Ever since you showed me the Bullfrog deck, I've been addicted. Yeah, it's a super satisfying deck to play. Gets a lot of the details right. A lot of lines. The single knockout point Pokemon decks where you maneuver around back and forth with your bench a lot are some of the most satisfying to play correctly in Pokemon Pocket, in my opinion. Egg, Executor, Grass Energy on the play. That's all the things we're looking for. Looking for a Fossil or an EX Executor here on our next 3 draws. Ideally, want the Fossil on these draws. All right, you know, glass half full. With the Leaf in hand, we'll go ahead and play the Hitmonlee out, I think. So if they Sabrina us, we can always shuffle it back up. Joltik is so mediocre against Executor. Holy, what a card to lead on. Even on Tails, we get to squash the bug. It's really funny to me how many people complain about Misty constantly while never complaining about Red Card. Because Red Card's really just a Misty with a different coat of paint. Like, a lot of the time it does nothing, but some of the time it just gets them, and it's always annoying. Alright, we flipped heads, so it doesn't matter, but... You consider Weezing another card that's good when going first. Yeah, Weezing's probably the second best card in the game when it comes to going first. The problem is Weezing just doesn't have really good support around it. Even Executor's support's only okay. It's why I've been trying it in so many 2-color shells. looks like we might not be able to finish this one. Our tournament round is paired. Usually people check in pretty quick when they're this far in. Get rid of that one. We'll play an egg out. We'll get Steppy. Potion here means they don't die to a heads next turn. Yeah, Arbok Weezing I think is the best way to play Weezing right now. Hopefully we get a sweet Dark EX to pair with him in the next set. Weezing Houndoom sounds sweet, for example. No Executor EX here, but we can go ahead and Erica our Execute while we continue stomping. Yeah, I agree, McDonald. A stage 1 Dark EX Pokemon with a 3 energy attack would be absurd for Weezing. Cosine. Yeah, Weezing Umbreon, Weezing Houndoom. Can be playable of either of those, and Weezing's gonna be correct. What a weird use of blue. That still dies to a heads. Lovely. Less lovely is the fact that I have no grass energy. I think I'm actually going to start putting energy on this one for now, especially with other fighting queued up, so we can eventually retreat this. The tournament round is up, but our opponent hasn't checked in yet. They have, what, 3 more minutes? Yeah, they have 3 minutes. So we'll keep playing this game while we wait and see. Are you gonna start thunder shocking us and hope to cheese us out that way? Nope. Okay. Does exist grass energy in my deck. Look at that. There's the research. The stage 1 on Helioptile does, I think it's 40 plus 60 or 60 plus 40. It flips the heads to clear my Executor at any rate, if they find it. It's 40 plus 40. Oh, that's real mid. Oh, right. It's a colorless only attacker, right? Its attack is weaker because it doesn't require specific colors. Potentially experiencing a second no-show in this tournament makes me wonder how many of the deck lists I've looked at in tournaments had no-show rounds, and that's why they were successful. But it's got 60 seconds to show up. They had an interesting looking deck list. They're playing Florges Mew EX with a Farfetch'd and 2 Budding Expeditioner. It's a neat take. Hitmonlee clears the bench. Sure does. Let's tap a Revenge here, and then Hitmonlee can clean him out. All things being equal, no shows should be spread evenly, though, right? Sure, but that's a high variance calculation, right? Especially when you're trying to consider a very specific list. How many rounds of this tournament? 7 or 8? Yeah, we got a no-show. Details. 8. So we are halfway done, over halfway. Are pairing generated each round, or are they all at the beginning? No, it's each round. In Swiss tournaments, you're always paired to someone else with the same record. So this round, we were paired against someone else that was 3-1. We'll get someone else who's 4-1 next round. What's our next viewer submission? Volcano Moltres. Yep. Has anyone published the state/number of bots in Pocket? Pokemon Pocket's not Marvel Snap. There aren't AIs controlled by Dina inside of the queues. These are all... I know sometimes you play against people that are just like playing cards they like, but those are actual humans. We definitely need more deck slots. Accurate. Alright, what's the least bad way to play Moltres Volcano? Is it just Arcanine? It's probably just Arcanine, yeah? That feels like cheating a little bit. No, I don't like just pairing it with a good card, but you definitely have to play Moltres with it to have a shot. Oh, I have promos of these, right? I only have one of this promo? Oh, golly, we're gonna have to farm some more of that. Our opponent showed up in YouTube chat and said they had something up and had to drop. That happens, Adam. Good luck in your future endeavors. You want to play Magmar Blaine? Yeah, maybe. What if we do Ponyta new Rapidash and then Magmar with Blaine? What do we think of that? We can play a Mew. I can play a Mew and 2 Blaines here. I kind of like an X speed actually too, because you want to shift to Moltres. I think 2 Blaines and an X speed. Let's do that. It's been a while since I played my full art Blaines. Yeah, and like, I think Arcanine's probably better than doing the Blaine stuff, but when I take a build-around submission, I don't just want to, like, shove Volcano in an existing good deck and then let the other cards carry. I want to, like, do something novel at least, so that way hopefully we can see the card requested shine as opposed to just being there, pushed by the wayside. Because while Arcanine's probably the best thing to pair with it, Volcano is definitely not the best thing to pair with Arcanine. In Marvel Snap, we always refer to that as the content creator special. Where they just like take the existing good card and add it there. All right, 1 second, gamers. Hop on into a game here in a second. Oh, I have achievements. I'm clearing a red dot. I have 11 Volcano promos and 1 Blastoise. Yeah, I definitely have a bunch of Blastoise. Variants will get you. Take those 2 cards and shove it into Aeroshim, yep. Yeah, I haven't played any games of Marvel Snap, but I like looked at the card stats at Untapped, and I was like 30% Alliance still. Yep, that sounds right. That's the game I remember. Oh my god, this card has a retreat cost of 2. Why is it so trash? Like, it's impressive how bad this card is. I guess it has 80 HP as a basic, but holy. My hand was kind of mid. This can be Moltres, and then we get to Leaf Out. That would be great. What is it with Celebi players and playing red cards still? I easily get red carded by Celebi players more than anybody else. They're just like already degens looking to flip coins, so might as well flip more coins. I mean, dealing 50 for 2 here makes us almost look serviceable, yeah? Does this look like a functional adult, practically? You can't beat the Lava Straw, nice deck gamer. Well played! Imagine if your red card had been something useful instead. All right, any of my other basic Pokemon here, please. What a lovely lad. He's ready to start poofing out some fire here. Average Moltres turn for me, really. aggro duck in the house. What does the Giovanni breakpoint do? Does it do anything here? I'm struggling to think of a place where this Giovanni breakpoint matters. Think I'm getting this out of the way next turn. Second Geo. Okay, yeah, second Geo. Bricks. Tails with no Blaine. Yeah, but they're gonna hit me again, right? So it doesn't really matter. Hey, Alia. Yeah, the Hoaglandia Pocket channel is definitely the highest quality YouTube channel I've ever put out. Directly because of the editor doing incredible work. He's done a phenomenal job. Bonita, please. Oh, second Moltres. I think second Moltres means I actually just retreat and try and power up these friends again. Because of me as well. I mean, I've always been me in all of my videos. It's just, I don't know, if you haven't ever watched my Magic or Marvel Snap stuff, the Snap stuff before the editor, the visuals were very scuffed. The flare is sick, yeah. Yeah, the fire flares look real good. I just don't have anything big to switch into. Unfortunate reality here. Realistically, they're about to kill my Moltres and take 2 points, and I don't know that we have anywhere to go from there. You need a 10-year sub badge in 7 months. That's true. It's a lot of pressure. Okay, can I draw a leaf, please? Oh, the lack of leaf is sad, but that missing on dealing 60 more is a big swing there. I get to do this. Oh, I guess if I leafed, I couldn't Blaine, so it didn't matter. We're gonna want to hit a leaf when this is out of energy. Although, I suppose this doesn't work with Blaine, so they're gonna come up with Ninetales here and clear this, and then I don't have anything else to attack with. Thank goodness Magmar is here, our best damage dealer. Oof. What formats of Magic do you use? Did you play? I played mostly Modern before Modern Horizons happened. And I don't really play Magic the Gathering anymore because Wizards of the Coast butchered the format I liked playing. Ooh, them putting the Farfetch'd on the bench means we win, gamers. I don't know why they didn't just kill us with the Ninetales, but now Magmar gets to toot on this. And then even if they put something else up, the Volcrana can toot on the duck on the bench. One of your fieriest toots, please, Magmar. I was a Splinter Twin player. Yeah, it wasn't even bandless. They, when they started power creeping via Modern Horizons, Wizards of the Coast mostly lost me. Opponent misplaying basics was my primary win condition when trying to play Volcano. Yeah. Sounds right, that tracks. Oh my god, should we put a Poke Flute in our deck? Should we just full commit to our opponent's, just trying to cheese? All right, we're gonna toot the flute shit. Take a look-ski poo here at what good card we can cut for a terrible one. God, I'd have to give up something like X speed. That sounds atrocious. That sounds awful. I'm just gonna leave it. Poke Flutes. I don't know, the whole deck's bait, but... What's your favorite full art trainer? They're honestly all great. This one's up there. I think the 2-star trainers are some of the most fun pieces of art in the game. Hello, toddler girl. How is your day at home going? Ruff, ruff. Are we a puppy this morning? This afternoon?
No, you just do that.
You just do that?
I like being a puppy.
Yeah.
Like that.
Ruff, ruff.
Daddy,
Yes, Haley.
why did they got you, but you got a better one?
A better one? That's Moltres. It's a firebird.
Yours is better than Sabine's.
Look, I got a pony. Fire pony, too.
Oh, Daddy.
Punished for playing my card out. Hopefully they can...
See,
Hey, Haley.
I like the new one that they have, and I like the one that you put on the bottom.
You like the one that I put on the bottom, too?
Daddy, why does yours have a fire one, but theirs have the eye one?
They're a psychic Pokemon, and I'm a fire Pokemon.
Oh, yours is a fire?
Fire, yep.
Oh, yours is a fire?
Mm-hmm.
But his is not.
There's our psychic Pokemon, yep.
And that's like theirs is psychic Pokemon.
Psychic Pokemon.
Oh, that's but there's a card.
Yep.
Daddy,
Yes, Haley.
sit down.
You want me to sit down? Okay.
Yeah, so I can be on your lap.
Okay. You want to push the 1 button? Good job.
Can every time when I'm down here,
You want to push the button to move the desk down?
every time when they want you to go, Daddy, every time when they want you to stand or go down, can I press the button?
Sure.
But I don't know how it goes up.
One of the other buttons makes it go up.
Tell Which one?
Number 2 and 3 make it go up.
God puts them at the same time.
They do it to different heights. Number 3 is for my bike, and number 2 is for standing.
Oh, it makes it go up?
Yep.
Oh, what are those? 2, 3, 4 buttons still.
I don't do the other buttons. Just 1, 2, and 3. Yep.
Don't say I want you to stand before me. Can I press number?
Yeah. Although I don't know if I'm gonna let you do that right now because I have a feeling we're just gonna sit and stand so you can press buttons. All right, we bricked on our rising lunge. If they brick on their rising lunge back, we could be okay here.
Daddy, why do they got 3 eyes but we have 1?
We have flames.
Why do you have 2 but they have 3? Because they go first?
Are we supposed to play around to tails here?
Are they supposed to go first than us?
I think I'm just gonna try and hit heads here because this Blaine could let Magmar clear the Gardevoir, so we're due for a heads, yeah?
Hey, Daddy. Hey, Daddy.
Nailed it.
Hey,
Laoshan, thanks for the prime. Yes, Haley.
Sam, what if they make... We got 2 points, but they got 1. Because I know at the bottom, because it had that guy.
Yep.
They didn't get none points.
They have no points. Yep, we need 1 more point here.
Oh, but if they get 2 points, they might win.
Yep. Yes, we're gonna keep playing for a while. Dave's gonna be working for a little bit.
Yeah.
I wonder if we were probably supposed to put the first energy on Mag.
We still have 2.
We were probably supposed to put the first energy on Magmar last turn, so if I would have had an energy on here, Magmar plus Blaine would have cleared this Gardevoir. I think we might actually be in a little bit of trouble now if Moltres doesn't high roll. I definitely messed up where I allocated energy last turn.
The free one do it. What happens to the part on the bike do it? Like the one, like the free do what part the free use on your bike?
I think we spread these out here.
Daddy,
Yes.
what does the free do when you...
The 3 puts the desk up to a height where I can pedal on the bike.
Ooh,
Oh.
how high is the bike?
That's a little bit higher than this chair, but not super high.
Taller than your chair.
I am taller than my chair.
Because you're big.
Oh, that's true. I'm so not used to playing with this card. We totally could have just put all of them on here. And if we put all of them on here, we'd have cleaned out the Ralts.
Oh, bucket mans.
Are they not gonna respect the Blaine plus Magmar here?
I said all bucket mans. Hey, Daddy, I said all bucket
Bucket mans.
mans. All bucket mans.
Okay, so if they don't evolve the Ralts here, we actually just have the game, yeah?
Hey, Daddy, when you hear me say bucket mans, that means when you get up, I want you to turn.
Okay, so we put this here. We put this here. Mommy is upstairs, so if you're hungry, Mommy can help you get something to eat, okay?
Say bucket mans.
And now we pass, so that way if they don't attack Magmar, we could use its energies to retreat. Yes, Haley. They need a Krillia plus a copy of Blue to not be dead here.
What does it say?
Yeah.
That little baby one on Mom.
Oh, this is the baby one? This is Lavastra.
Ah.
We won, Haley! We're the winner!
Yay! We got 3 points.
We did get 3 points. All right, gamers, we need to take a brief pause for the cause and let some adverts roll. We've got 5 minutes till the next round of the tournament starts. I think I'm going to deliver the toddler upstairs while the adverts happen because I don't want to be distracted by her adorableness while the tournament round goes. You want me to carry you upstairs? I can carry you up, okay?
No, I want you to pick the green one.
We are actually playing the green ones in the tournament, so we're playing Executor Jigglypuff. We are 4-1 in the tournament. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We'll have a new tournament round in about 5 minutes. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere.
This. Hard one on the back of this one, like this one.
Yeah, we can play Venusaur next time. Daisy, gotta take you upstairs right now, okay?
No.
No. Yep.
No.
We'll be back, Jeff.
No.
I'll be back. For people contemplating different lines in that last game, there were lots of ways to eat that Reese's. Lots of ways. We should take a look at what's doing well in the tournament this afternoon. While we wait for that to happen. Metagame breakdown and some stats after 5 rounds. Got Mewtwo underperforming a little, Gyarados Greninja overperforming, Pikachu underperforming. Man, a bunch of the top dogs just getting eaten up. Is Charizard eating them? Charizard at 71% at Charcanine still. What are the matchup tables on this one look like? 5-2 against Gyarados. Oh, that's interesting that it's down. It's down against Mewtwo. Not surprising that it's crushing Celebi. Up against Pikachu's impressive. Up in the fighting matchup too as well. Small samples here on all of it. This is one of the ones that I'm going to be interested to see the matchup tables on in some of the bigger tournaments this weekend. As all these numbers are small. Jace! With the nice resubscription. Thank you for the 69 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Tipsy McStagger with that tier 3. I appreciate the generosity for over 2 years. Welcome back. Anything spicy in the Foros? Galvantula Mew. Right, color me interested. Galvantula, Zebstrika, a Mew EX, and a Farfetch. It's a unique combination of things. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. We're into the 3-1s. Someone rocking Gyarados Tauros. I guess it's a solid shell. We played a bit of this. There's us at 3-1, soon to be 4-1. Yeah, big range of different country flags at these events always. People from all over the world playing in them. Next round will be up here momentarily. But Blaine lacks in quality, he makes up for it in enthusiasm. LOL. Wow, Aerodactyl Primate getting absolutely beat down today. Alright, we have an opponent, huh? Oh, we have a pairing. Hopefully we have an opponent. Alright, Gyarados Gaming. That's bound to happen. We're doing well, and a lot of the Gyarados decks are doing well. I'm actually not sure how this deck's Gyarados matchup goes. I bet we could run them down some amount of the time with Executor, and if Wiggly EX gets a single sleep flip, we probably win. It probably comes down to how our early Executors go or not. If I had to venture a guess. Not played this matchup at all yet. We have an opponent. The Gyarados deck is a very polarized matchup table. The matches you win by a lot. The matches you tend to lose by a lot. Okay, round 6. Once more under the breach, eh? Going first is good if we can find an egg. It's not ideal. I suppose if we're gonna have to open a Jigglypuff, having cheap Wiggly is good behind it. Nothing too crazy in the opponent's deck, just the stock 2-leaf, 2 Misty, in addition to... God, that's so unlucky. No other basics. In addition to the full Greninja, Druddigon, Gyarados line, so no Sabrinas or red cards or anything like that to speak of. If they miss on Frogadier, this baby Wiggly could potentially steal the game. Not Mew, please. Okay, cool. How often do you change decks through rounds? I don't play in tournaments that let you change decks between rounds. Single deck best of 3 are the types of tournaments I enjoy. Hey, picking up a point here could be good. They're 2 turns off of attacking with Gyarados. Sabrina will let us pick another knockup point next turn unless they have their second Druddigon. No second Druddigon is good. There's the Gyarados. They probably have a leaf of their own. I think I leaf my Wigglytuff out at this point. So that way, if they leaf into the Gyarados, they clear this, and then this can attack while I put my other energy on here. There's no reason to evolve it, because I don't want to give them an EX knockout. And then the whole plan goes to shoot if they win the 50%er and take my energies away. So everything's kind of riding on them discarding their own energy here. Variance. So I need them to not take an energy off my Jigglypuff, and then I need them to lose 2 sleep flips in a row. Is our line to win here. Yeah, one of those implicit coin flips. There wasn't a coin on the screen, but we were technically a little better than 50-50 there, so that's what it is. Yeah, they're probably not supposed to put energy out. Because the way they get a guaranteed win here is if they take energy off my bench. Alright, now I need them to lose 2 coin flips in a row. And go to sleep for 2 turns and not wake up. A 25%. Okay. Swing and a hit. I was gonna say them losing that one means I can switch to the Executor, but with them having Greninja, it's all the same, right? All right, hit me, dealer. The power of Wiggly EX. It is the epitome of the so you're saying there's a chance card. Even when your matchup's bad, sometimes you just do that. All right, we're up a game, but we're still far from done. Right, this is a start. We have our EXs, we have our Leaf to swap in the Executor and get Crunch in here. Misty Bricked. You can use the ideal pickup here as well. Get swinging here. In a perfect world, we get Wiggly EX and Mew EX set up, so that way they only have to lose one sleep flip, and then Mew EX can come up and finish them. But that's a lot of setup. Egg probably runs away with the game, or Gyarados does before them. Yes, the opponent's deck is the stock best Gyarados deck in the format, and is the most popular and consistently has one of the highest win rates in tournaments. When you see me talk about Gyarados in my weekly meta reports on Sunday, this is the build that the opponent's playing, these exact 20 cards. That could be useful later. It's appealing to try and take a crack at the Froakie, but if I clear this and clear this, this could be a game win down the line, so I think I sit on it. Clearing this turn also gives me a window to Erica this Executor, so it potentially lives a full shot from Gyarados. They actually don't have any copies of X-Speed in their deck. Oh, they hit 2 heads, though. Well, shoot. I was gonna say, without X-Speed, they can't hit us with the Gyarados this turn, but they can. Alright, cool. Alright, Wiggly. I need you to do your thing again, girl. 25% of the time, it'll work every time. I mean, they hit 2 heads to get that going. If they hit 2 tails here, it won't matter. So, hopefully these coins will make up for the ones they just did. Or we'll go on to game 3, you know. Game 3 it is. Gyarados is definitely the least interesting deck to play with and against in this format. This Wiggly deck's actually generating some of the closest games with it I've had because of the sleep mechanic. Usually the games are not close. You either stomp or get stomped. Can I open on an egg, please? We haven't opened on an egg in any of these games yet. We've had Wiggly EX twice in a row, though, which is something we need, but opening on an egg would be ideal. It's a pretty fantastic start for them. Oh, that's a tough 50-50 to lose. It's them's the beats sometimes, gamers. Gonna leaf this out this turn because cracking this for 20 means that Executor heads next turn clears it. If we hit heads on Executor next turn, we might have a real shot. But we also need them to not have Leaf plus Frogadair. Alright, I need a Wiggly X. I need a heads on this, and I need a Wiggly X. So you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. All right, I need to win 2 flips, and then I need them to lose 2 flips. I need to win 1 flip, and then I need them to lose 2 flips. Oh, that miss probably means we lose. I guess it assumes they have Leaf. If they have Leaf, they get to attack me without giving me a knockout point, which means just clearing the Gyarados isn't enough. Yep, I have it all. I need them to discard their own energy every turn. Alright. I'll be back on Monday, folks. It's been a little while since I've been tilted by Pokemon Pocket, but I'm gonna take that as a sign from God. Enjoy your weekend. There'll be deck highlights up. I'll be live again on Monday.